Okay, hello everybody. I am Sidney Winston. I am an atheist activist out of Vancouver, Canada. Excuse me. Where am I here? I can't see myself. How is that fuzzy bird? How is that? Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Hello out there in YouTube world. Okay, I gotta make sure that I'm actually on camera for this. Right. So we have this petition out there against Mr. Darth Dawkins. Let me just bring it up and read it for you. Let me do. Oops, that's not it. There we go. So, this is something I want to discuss tonight or today, right now, because it seems to be, it's new, and it seems to be, I was the one who was being attacked not that long ago, just a few days ago, for making videos and saying things about Darth Dawkins that people didn't like. Well, how the tides have turned. Look at this. Now, check this out. Now there's a petition to against a petition for the mods of the Politics and Religion server on Discord. The petition is for the mods or for the owner of the server to do something about Darth Dawkins mods. I think it's hilarious. Okay, so just to let you know, the discussion room is open. You can join anytime. I do have some preliminary stuff to go through, videos and stuff, mostly sound bites from your buddy Darth Dawkins. So while we wait for people to join, if you're going to join, we're going to, let's see if we can listen to some of the best of the best of the best. Let's go from here first.
Okay, go.
Yes.
Remove the mods from mildly, or I'm gonna quit the fucking server, and you'll be good. He fucked with me one too many times. He comes in the room and he's trolling before.
I'm sorry, could you explain the whole story?
He's trolling as a mod, as he has done before. He has trolled me before he was a mod. He kept on giving me the middle finger in the face in the room, pretending like he was modding. I told him he wasn't needed in the room. He was disrupting the room. Now, demod him or I will quit the fucking server.
I mean, sorry, could you explain how you
Yeah. I already just went into it. He kept on interfering with the dialogue, pretending to mod. He has trolled me before he was a mod. He's trolled me afterwards. Now,
are there any other witnesses?
I don't care if there's other. The room was filled with people. Now,
Listen to this asshole.
I've had mods fuck with me before when I'm having a productive room and running it successfully. And he's in there interfering, fucking with me. And I've had it with him. I had it with Communist Boy fucking with me when he was a mod. And I'm not going to have this asshole fuck with me either.
Wow.
Yeah, wow is right. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I have plenty of other servers that beg me to participate. I participated in this server because I was begged to come back by SAS. And I'm not going to have some fucking little prick troll me who's a mod. Now, if you want to retain me on the fucking server, you better remove his mods right now or I am gone. And I think I add, listen to me, I think I add a little bit more quality and value to this server and draw a lot of people where he does not. And the guy is deliberately fucking with me. Now I want his mods removed. Or I will remove myself and will not participate on this server, and I will compete in the competing server.
I demodded him.
Good.
I demodded him,
Thank
she
you.
says. Just like that.
Okay.
Now, if If I see him with mod powers again, I'm going to go through the roof. I contribute a lot to this server. I draw a lot of people to this server. Okay? If people don't like me, they don't have to come into the room where I'm debating. Okay? Now, I'm not angry with you. I'm angry with this little fucking little prick. And I'm not going to tolerate it.
Okay. Well,
Thank you. Now, the reason why I'm appealing to you is because Unlap is not here. Now, don't let my angry tone make you think I'm angry with you. I'm angry with this little prick. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted there. Sorry about that. Please forgive me. I'll start again. This is the petition that is on change.org, where the petition is for the mod powers and banning powers that Darth Dawkins has on the politics and religion server on Discord removed. Out. So, here it goes. This is the petition. Darth Dawkins is an internet personality that has religious-based debates on Discord with fellow users. Although most of us are entertained by his style of debating, there's one fundamental thing. He is a power-hungry man that abuses his powers to break Discord guidelines and server guidelines. Evidence shows through multiple videos that you may find on YouTube that he has racist, religious-bigoted, and politically incorrect views. Unfortunately, politics and religion have given this gentleman a platform to shove his unbearable worldview down the throats of multiple Discord users that only seek nothing more than productive conversation and debate. We are putting politics and religion on notice for allowing a non-staff member to have unnecessary and excessive mod powers by this petition. We demand that Darth Dawkins either be stripped of these powers or permanently banned from politics and religion. We also require that the staff of politics and religion not show any form of bias when moderating conversation when Darth is present in the voice channel, i.e., muting members upon his request. This is your chance to acknowledge that your members, whatever that means, stop using Darth Dawkins as an excuse for an increase in member count. All right. So the question is, do these people have a leg to stand on? Do they really do they have anything? Like what is this all about? Well, what I can offer to you, what I can give for you is a little bit of background. This is the kind of stuff that Darth Dawkins is pulls on other people. So listen carefully.
Completely to Randolph. Randolph wants it completely, okay?
Sure.
Right. Darth, this is a friendly conversation. This isn't a debate because for a full debate, you'll need Randolph will need undivided attention. Randolph is a really good friend of mine. He and I go way back.
I don't need an introduction. I've spoken with him already.
All right, go ahead, Darth.
I know.
Come on.
Okay, Randolph, I've listened to your material online. I've read your stuff that you put on the internet as well, and you seem to be presenting your atheism. Remove Sidney Winston from the room. Okay.
Sidney Winston, we do not.
Get rid of him.
Yeah, get into the other room.
Okay.
Thank you for Darth. Thank you for looking at my materials. I appreciate it.
totally obliterate.
This is, you know what? As how shall I put this? This even surpasses the low opinion that I already have of this human train wreck. Okay?
But I mean, did you ever think he would back out of the debate with you? Like, even I didn't expect.
Oh, no. His ego and.
Okay, so this is also Canadian Catholics' room. What the fuck? What the fuck? Anyway, as you can tell, the Google Meet room is open, and I'll continue playing this in the meantime.
Arrogance is one of his prime motivators, so I can't imagine that.
Darth, have you ever converted an atheist to Christianity?
Yes.
Yeah? How many of them?
Well, hold on a second. Oh, gee, I don't have the belt that I keep all the notches. Is another part of the house, so I'll have to count the notches on 0 that and get back.
0.
Aren't you?
Listen, dude,
I can tell you.
0.
Listen, shut up, Tim, please. Tim, please. I don't need you to. Okay, John Rivers. I'll be glad to engage with you, right? But if you're going to be a trolling asshole, then don't even bother speaking me, because I will ignore you.
Yeah, your first words were.
If you want to disagree with me, I'm not finished yet. Okay? If you want to engage with me and even strongly disagree with me, you're welcome to it. But if you continue trolling, then I will no longer respond to you.
You realize you came in here and just started trolling the whole room as soon as you entered, and then you're responding about other people trolling you?
Exactly.
I was invited into the room. I was invited into
and then you entered the room and started trolling people. I'm talking as well. Great.
Now,
isn't that fun?
Canadian Catholic.
You entered
if you
the
don't
room.
Stop the trolling, I will leave.
I got it.
Okay?
But you have,
now,
you
if
have
you want me to participate in the room, you better. No, I want you. I appreciate that you give me mutes, okay, and I will use them.
So Canadian Catholic has given Darth Dawkins mutes. Don't trust this man. I mean, he's a kid, but giving Darth Dawkins mutes, what the fuck?
If necessary.
Then
but I'm not going to sit by when you're not moderating. You're going to need to stop the trolling, okay?
Okay, got it.
Okay, got it.
You and other mods are going to have to take an active role in stopping the abuse and over talking. Okay?
So, Darth, what do you think about Aaron Robb backing off a debate with you?
Are you serious that he actually backed out?
I'm not joking. He specifically.
Wow, I'm even surprised at that.
I am, but look, listen to me. Tom Rabbit sent him a video of who you are, and he said that he told me you're a bad faith actor. The person you're trying to set
I'm a bad faith actor?
No, me. Because you're arranging a confrontation with an unworthy, childish troll who is a waste of my time. Fuck off.
That seems pretty accurate.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
okay.
to be honest...
And who said that?
That's Aaron Robb.
No. Who said that's pretty accurate?
Okay, so what happens here is that somebody, I didn't even hear it, but somebody made a comment that essentially agreeing with what Tom Rabbit has said and what Aaron Ross said. So what he said, who said that? I don't know who it was, but from this point on, he starts muting and deafening everybody, including me. This is how it happened. This is how it unfolded.
I did?
So now he starts deafening people. Yeah, goes silent. And there's, of course, I can't hear anything because I'm deafened.
I just got deafened.
You see, I just. Yeah, so there's another example. What else we got here? There's more. You want to hear more? Sure you do. Something's playing.
Give me a second.
Oh.
Cool. What's happening?
I don't know.
Now, for those of you, those of you who are not familiar with Matt Dillahunty, he's loved and adored by atheists on YouTube and on the internet, Discord. So if you're not familiar with him, I will post a picture.
Okay, so this is where I joined his Reformation server. Let's join, okay? I don't think I even said anything, but let's just see what happens. You can see...
Sure.
Oh, okay. It actually says, if you can, let me see if I can make this bigger. Okay, so it actually says there, you can see at the top where it says Sidney Winston, welcome to Reformation. Sidney Winston is welcomed to the Reformation server. Because I am welcome, because I just joined. Oh, I've got to fix this now. What have I done? Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Hang on, ammo. Alright, let's do that. So now let's hear what happens.
This is one of the Pied Pipers of atheism. There he is. And by the way, that's not a joke. That's Matt Dillahunty. Okay.
That's Matt Dillahunty?
That is Matt Dillahunty.
Where did you post it?
Atheist helpline, voice chat.
That is Matt Dillahunty, they say. So what?
No. That must have been like some Halloween thing or something.
Exactly.
Somebody said, what is that thing?
This is Darth Dawkins.
Darth, do you know why he was dressed like this? Was it Halloween?
Probably.
The claim was that if he raised a certain amount of money, he would dress up in drag, but we all know that he wanted.
What if I told you there's a...
There's a what? But I seem to be not kicked yet. Maybe he hasn't nosed me.
Somebody find that thing in the woods.
Okay, this was when I decided to go in there and see how long it took for me to get kicked. It took about 5 minutes, I think. Something like that. Why can't we hear anything?
For a chat room this large, it's pretty quiet in here.
Oh, that's why.
Well, we're just pausing momentarily.
Oh, that means they're looking to see who they can kick out, right out. This is why Darth Dawkins' petition.
Oh, this is for your viewing pleasure. Now, when you see this video I'm about to post, now you'll know why Matt Dillahunty condemned me for being a transphobic douche nozzle. Enjoy your video viewing.
Oh, man.
What are they doing? Oh, that's because I put a you see, I put a little comment there at the bottom that was me done for. I think I was discovered. Yeah, gone. Just after that, gone. There you go. I got kicked. So that took about let's see. That took about 5 minutes. So that's it. Took me 5 minutes to get kicked out of the Reformation.
Darth Dawkins server.
Yeah. So okay. So this is why he doesn't have a server anymore. Nobody will go in there. His Reformation server. I'm not sure if he still has it. To be honest, I haven't looked. I don't go to Discord anymore. But if he does have that server, then I'm kicked. Right. Moving on. What else we got? Oh, what's this one here? Oh, this is just another one of his. Yeah, I'll let you watch. Actually, you don't even have to watch because it's nothing to see. But listen to him. Listen to this asshole. Nothing to do with kicking yet. This is just a normal.
Genesis 1:1 states that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. And what that logically necessitates then that everything that does exist that is independent and distinct from God has its origin and is contingent upon God. That would include all logic and reasoning. That would include the ability to actually make truth-valued statements that actually comport with reality.
Do you believe this?
And
Same
it would
thing.
also include any wisdom. And all of that has, as I said, its origin and it is contingent entirely upon the God of the Bible. So I don't think what Nick. I'm not done yet. So I don't.
He's always with I'm not done yet. What an idiot! Bloody! I'm not done yet. What's next? I got a couple more. What's this one?
Were you recording in my server without permission?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Yeah, you know the rules forbid that.
No.
The rules forbid.
Well, it's very clear. Plus, you have other recordings that you posted that I didn't give permission for on your YouTube site.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'd like them taken down. Otherwise, I'll just have to ban you from my server.
Okay.
That was it? Alright, fair enough. Oh shit. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on a minute, everybody. I'm just gonna click buttons. I have no idea what I've done. Oh, there we go. Let me see. There is another one that I wanted to play. And I just forgot to queue it up for some strange reason. So let me give me one moment while I find it. No, don't play. I didn't want you to play. You play. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you know about this guy's transphobia, right? So you know about his transphobia, right? I'm going to tackle that right now. But before we do that, and before we get into that, let me bring up that. No. Oh. Yeah, there we go. This one here. Before I bring it up, which is going to be this one here, this little chat. There's actually two 9-minute clips. Before I do that, I want to go back to this guy here, the petition, and I want to know who of you actually support this petition. Give me a 1 if you support it. Give me a 2 if you don't support it. Give me a 3 if fuck you, it's none of my business and you don't care and blah 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 blah. Now, Mr. Transphobe himself. Let's hear what he's got to say about this. But okay, this is against Kathleen and Darth Dawkins. If you're in the community, you'll know who Kathleen is. She's she's pro-trans, and Darth Dawkins, of course, is anti-trans. So let's hear them.
Okay, hey, Tanner. Okay.
Tanner.
That's not what we're talking about here. Okay? You're trying to say that men who imagine themselves to be females and they start dressing and trying to act like females, okay, that they have something wrong with their neurology. You're pulling that out of your keister.
So, 20 years ago, I may have agreed with you, Darth. Transgenderism is a relatively new concept in the public eye. I mean, it's always been around, but it's a relatively new concept in the public eye, brought forward by, you know, some celebrity people that have come out as transgenderism. Laverne Cox, Janet Mock, obviously the most well-known being Caitlyn Jenner. But, you know, as these things have taken place, the science behind it is kind of started to kick up. Why do these things happen? Why do these
you just
people
don't
do
stop
the things
BSing,
they
do you?
So
What science? What science?
We've
She won't let
started
him
to
talk. He won't let her
have
talk.
medical studies being done in the last 20 years. Really, a lot of them starting to happen in the last 20 years, where people have asked the question: what is transgenderism? What causes it? What does it affect? Is there a physical aspect to it? Is it purely psychological?
Well, you said birth defect.
And
what birth defect did Bruce Jenner have?
So what we have found, and it's not conclusive.
I asked you a question.
Right?
Is this a monologue here, or is it going to be a dialogue?
I'm answering your question.
What was Bruce Jenner's defect? What was his congenital defect?
Yeah, I don't know if he's got one or not.
Well,
right?
you just said transgender. You said transgenderism is a birth defect.
So what we are starting to discover, right? And it is not conclusive. I will never say that it is wholly conclusive, but what we are starting to discover is that there have been, what we are seeing is structural abnormalities in the brains of people who are transgenderism.
Can you even hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you, Doc.
Okay, you're just making this stuff up. The fact that these ideas are popularized among the LGBT and some psychiatric types. This is not science. What you're talking about.
So, Darth, can you provide me with evidence? I can provide you with scientific study doing MRIs, CAT scans, PET scans, and brain autopsies of people that claim to have been transgender, people that which claim to be transgender before they started taking hormones, and people that claim to be transgender after taking hormones. And as a result of these PET scans, CAT scans, and MRIs, doctors notice extreme they notice that the brains of the people that claim to be male to female transgender.
But there was no overlap. There's no overlap.
I'm talking to Darth.
Well, no, you're wrong.
Listen. You're Listen, I'm citing these generalizations. All you've just given me are not facts, but propaganda.
No, I'm not. No, Darth, I would not do that. I'm attempting to be charitable in this conversation.
Look,
I'm not pulling this stuff up.
I am too. I'm not being mean to you. I'm being blunt with you.
But what I'm saying is I'm not pulling these things out of my ass.
Oh, yes,
I've looked at these studies where they have done MRIs and CAT scans and PET scans, and they have noticed that the brain structures of transgender people correlate with the gender that they say they are, as opposed to the biological gender that they actually are.
First of all, this is a bunch of pseudoscience. Okay, this is the same kind of. This is the same kind of crapola where people claim to do studies 20 and 30 years ago that they were on the verge with new technology of finding the gay gene. This is propaganda that you're giving me. You know what? You, in all seriously, you like fancying yourself transgender. You need to repent of that. Mr. Hillbilly, it's absolutely correct.
Darth,
you are,
I mean, if you want to move this back.
You are self-deceived.
if you want to move this back to the biblical thing, can you provide me evidence in the Bible that says that being transgender is sinful? Can you provide me chapter and verse? Not an epistemological argument.
Well, first of all, that's like saying, can you give me a chapter and verse where God said people shouldn't engage in pedophilia? You see how silly that is? God told the Jews. God told the Jews that the men were not to wear the women's clothes because in the beginning he made them both men. That's right, and he's laying down a principle for the people of Israel that goes back to the Garden of Eden, that he made people either male or female. Now, there are isolated, rare instances where people might have a genitalia defect, or even more rarely a chromosomal defect. But the transgender issue, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about men who imagine that they're women. And you're giving me this propaganda. Oh, we've done this cat scan. That doesn't prove anything. This is the same kind of pseudoscience 30 years ago. I don't know how old you are, but I'm old enough to remember the same kind of stuff they were saying. Oh, we're right on the verge through genetic studies, and there's studies about how they're about to discover a gay gene. It's all propaganda.
So, Darth, I'm just going to pin you down here. I want to go back. Can you provide me chapter and verse with a biblical refutation of transgenderism being a sin, absent Deuteronomy 22:5? Now, the issue when you bring up
in the beginning, he made them male and female. Okay. Barring a rare genetic disorder, you are born either male or female. And when we talk about it, Scripture talks about is those that have a proclivity toward the same sex. In other words, they start to get warped thinking away from the way God designed the human body and emotions and romantic situations. It's supposed to be male for female.
So, Darth,
you were born male. Okay,
Darth. When we speak about in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. In the beginning, God separated the light from the darkness. Right? And then we go to, in the beginning, God created them man and woman. Would you say that in the beginning, God created everything good?
Of course.
And would you say that everything is good now?
No.
Why is it not good now, but it was good then?
Listen, get to the point. Of course, we know because of the fall, but the fact of the matter,
okay.
I'm not going to prolong this debate with you. There's a very simple thing that's going on here. You like fancying yourself as a woman. You want to justify it by saying, "Oh, you had some decay." Well, then you should stop. You should choose to stop doing it.
Darth. So if you ask anyone in here,
you need to repent of this sin.
If you would ask anyone in here, Darth, first off, I have never claimed to be a woman, right? Never once have I ever claimed to be female. I have always asserted that my biological sex is male. But there is a difference between biological sex, gender. Second of all, we understand that anything. Well,
I don't accept that assertion.
Well, second of all, we would understand in the Christian worldview that anything that is wrong in creation.
Wait a minute. Where did you get that assertion from? That prior assertion.
What do you mean?
Where did that come from?
Get my assertion
from?
From?
We
Gender?
Understand. Blah blah blah. We understand.
Gender.
Stop feeding. Listen. Stop. Listen. Listen. You're not talking to some schmuck here. You need to stop.
I'm not attempting to talk to a schmuck. I'm not giving you propaganda.
You need to. Yeah, you are giving me propaganda because you're making up so many things, saying, CAT
No, I'm not making up
MRIs
anything.
Show this. No, they do not.
I am trying to confine this, Darth, to a biblical discussion, which is why I asked you about the fall.
What does that mean?
Now,
what does that mean? You're born a male, so how are you not a male now?
So
how are you transgender? What?
Okay, so that was the end of that clip, but there's another one. Let me just cue it up and play it. There we go.
What an actual definition of transgender would be is a marked incongruence between someone's biological sex and mental understanding of what they are. And
Right,
the
and you are a
diagnosis and the diagnosis
medical diagnosis
and the diagnosis for that marked incongruence is something known
comes from where?
as gender dysphoria.
I don't
Gender
buy a lot of
dysphoria
psychiatric
causing.
categories. I consider it
that you know what? That's fine, Darth. But I'm trying to refine this to biblical
I don't consider what you're telling me science.
But Darth, the only thing thus far that you have been able to give me is that in the beginning God created the man and the woman, and then we also understand that in the beginning everything was good, but now everything is screwed up because of the fall. Then you quote Deuteronomy 22:5, which says, "A man shall not wear a woman's clothing, and a woman."
Yeah, you're repeating yourself. You're wasting a lot of time repeating yourself.
What you just said. The issue with what you just said is that one, Deuteronomy 22:5 is not applicable to the modern Christian church. It is not.
It is applicable. All scripture. Wait, hold on a second. I remind you of Timothy, where Paul says all scripture is inspired for God and is profitable for training in righteousness.
Absolutely, it is profitable to absolutely. Timothy is part of the pastoral teachings.
Listen, you have a more motor mouth than I do. I'm not going to continue to listen to you spew out propaganda and claim
I just
that it's
don't
not
think
propaganda.
you can. I just don't think that you have the ability to.
Okay, well, I have been. You're just a motor mouth. No, you're a motor mouth, and you keep on talking over me. You keep on citing psychiatric diagnosis.
I've cited the Bible.
Many of the psychiatric diagnostic categories within the DSM-4 and DSM-5 are not actual scientific categories. They are sociological designations and demarcations with pseudo-medical labels around them. I don't consider that science. Okay, now. You don't need to give me any more information. You've given me all your propaganda. I don't consider that science.
Darth.
Now,
I have been trying to make this a biblical argument. So far, everything that you give me doesn't hold suit. You have not dealt with the fact that you do not have the ability to make an equal scales argument against my sin. You have not been able to disprove Matthew 19, Matthew chapter 6.
This is the kind of reasoning. The kind of reasoning that you're giving me now is the kind of crapola reasoning that I get from the flat earthers. The bottom line here
Darth,
is
I'm giving you chapter and verse. I'm giving you biblical.
Okay, Kathleen, excuse me, Tanner. Do you know who Daniel Patrick Moynihan was?
I have no idea who that was, Darth.
Okay, he's a late senator from New York State, and he was on the liberal side. But he noticed that there was an increasing trend going on in the West, especially the United States, and he made this phrase that I'm about to quote very famous. It's called defining deviancy down. As the Western culture becomes more and more deviant, what was previously considered morally deviant now becomes socially normal and acceptable.
He's done this before on the previous server. He's not going to do it again to me.
Repent of your ungodly attitude. Okay, there's no genetic defect. You see, for 1 minute you say there's a genetic defect, and then you want to talk about the psychiatric diagnoses. There's nothing wrong with your brain. You have twisted thinking by your own perverted habituation, and now you're trying to rationalize it. Okay. Mr. Batman's right. You need to repent.
When I speak to Mr. Batman, and I'm going to ask you the same thing, right? I ask you to provide chapter and verse. I would like to know how you deal with Matthew 19. I would like to know how you deal with Matthew 6. I would like to know how you deal with the entirety of 1 Corinthians chapter 6. I would like to know how you deal with the entirety of Galatians chapter 10.
You're not saying anything. All you're doing is you're quoting scripture passages.
Yes, yes, because we are having a biblical discussion, and that is what we are to do in a biblical discussion.
The point is, you think of yourself other than being born male. Okay.
Darth, give me a biblical argument. You're not giving me a biblical argument.
There are no other categories other than being born male or female.
Give me a biblical argument.
I'm not doing. I did give you a biblical argument. It's really simple.
Darth, you quoted something that was not the moral law. The only thing you gave
me a biblical argument.
Darth,
you are deviating in your mind. If you keep on over talking me, I will stop talking to you.
Kathleen, he did give you the verse about what is it, Timothy, Darth?
He gave me Deuteronomy 22:5, and my response to that was,
your problem is you keep on over talking me. That was just the start of it, where God gave a prohibition about men wanting to be like women, and one of the first prohibitions
give me the verse in Timothy.
Okay, now I didn't cite. The only verse I cited in Timothy that all Scripture is profitable for correction and training and reproof. We can appeal to certain principles that are inherent in the Old Testament, even when we're talking about today. About there are certain perversions that God doesn't want, even though it's not a part of a national law. The bottom line is you are rationalizing your sinful thinking because you do not want to give it up. The fact of the matter is, you are saying that you are something other than just a male. Then you want to give me this propaganda about a birth defect, yet you do not cite what the birth defect. Then you start talking about psychiatric diagnoses, which is junk science. The conversation's over, okay? Because there's only one thing that matters with you. You are committed to your perverted thinking, and you do not want to give it up. And let me finish. And come hell or high water, you're going to rationalize it away. You need to repent.
Okay, well, couple things, Darth. One, I don't know why you're assuming that I haven't repented and don't continue to repent. I don't know why people make that assumption when they tell me to repent. Everyone needs to repent on a daily basis, Darth, for all sins that are committed, because everyone will sin every single day of their entire life. Okay. Second of all, my sin is not sexually immoral, so it is not placed in the category of Paul's non-exhaustive list of sins in Romans and Corinthians and Galatians. So then the only thing you're left with is an equal scales argument, which no one seems to be willing to make, okay, which is laid out in Matthew chapter 19, and beforehand is some preluded to in Matthew chapter 6.
You argue from
the issue is, Darth, is that I have actually studied the Bible to try to understand. No, I'm talking now.
I've studied the Bible since 1980.
I stopped.
You're just galloping.
I stopped.
Okay?
I stopped interrupting you.
You're not having a conversation.
I am responding to you. You asked me not to interrupt you, so I stopped and listened to what you had to say. Now I am responding to you. No, it's a response, Darth. If it takes longer than 30 seconds, it's not a monologue. No. A monologue would be when it takes 8 to 10 to 15 minutes.
Unless you want to get to the point quickly, I'm not going to waste my time listening to your propaganda.
Try to be a little more succinct, Kathleen.
Okay.
Well, I think I've been very succinct, but I am trying to stick to a biblical argument, Toma. Right? I'm trying to stick to a biblical argument.
I'm not going to waste my time listening to this blabbering propaganda.
Yeah, that's fine, Darth. When we look at the Old Testament, Toma, right, or anyone else that chooses to listen to us, we make a distinction of what is what. Well, that's fine. That's fine, right? Darth.
Hanging about, saw your name, thought, is that the real one? Because there's a lot of troll accounts, isn't there?
Yeah, I'm the real Darth Dawkins.
Yeah. Nice to see you again. It's been a while.
So are you an atheist, an agnostic, a theist, what?
Yeah, I'm an atheist.
Okay. So what kind of an atheist are you? Are you the that denies the existence of God, or you just lack belief?
I mean, yeah, I would say I don't believe in God. Like, I'm pretty positive there isn't one. I've never really.
Okay. Okay. How is it the case that you're positive there is no God?
I mean, I'm not positive, but I'm sure enough that it would be silly to. It's like believing that you're definitely going to win the lottery on Saturday. Like, why would you allow yourself to believe it? There's an outside chance, but
well, and they'll say the God of the Bible is highly unlikely to be the true God.
Right.
Well, that's a category error, because the God of the Bible's existence would be necessary. It is necessary, right? God either exists or he does not. He either necessarily exists or he necessarily does not exist. God's existence is not. God's existence and non-existence would not be a contingency. It wouldn't be a random variable. So if I reach into a barrel full of pennies, and only one or two of them are black, my grabbing the black penny, if let's say there's only one, is a contingency. It's a random variable. But God's existing and his not existing is not a contingent variable.
Okay.
It's a binary option, but it's not a contingency. So therefore, when people invoke a probabilistic assessment about God's existence, they're making a category error without realizing it.
yeah, no, that makes sense. In that case, I'm pretty positive that God definitely doesn't exist.
Say that again?
I said in that case, I'm almost positive that God definitely doesn't exist.
Okay, based upon what?
Well, the fact that I'm no longer allowed to hold that small percentage chance that I might be wrong, because you've just explained that would be a contingency error. So it's a binary choice. It's either he does exist or he doesn't exist. So
right. It's not a probabilistic assessment.
Yeah. So therefore.
So you can't argue that. You can't argue God probably doesn't exist.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Excuse me. Doesn't exist.
Either way, you can't say he probably does. You can't say he probably doesn't. He either does or he doesn't.
No, we can say God exists in the case that he has revealed himself.
You can't say he probably exists, because that would be a contingency error.
I didn't say probably.
No, I did.
I said we can say God exists in the case that he has revealed himself.
Or we could say that he doesn't exist because there's no such thing.
No, actually, you wouldn't be able to. You see, in order for us to assert that something is the case, in order for it to be meaningful and intelligible, then God would have to exist. Deny the existence of God, and no statements of meaningfulness can be made.
The world could be changing around me all the time, and I don't know. So what's the point?
Right. That's right.
Right. So what's your point?
So how do you know? You see, you don't know that the law of non-contradiction holds on.
Okay, that's fine.
So it could be the case. Now, you could sit there and say, well, it's just even though I don't know it, it's a brute fact. Well, you can't even assert that. How is that the case that it's a brute fact? Well, you don't know. You're just picking up an idea that you want and you're just asserting it.
Well, why would that matter though? That's what I'm saying. Like it does.
Well, because you see, then your reasoning and your predication. Your statements of predication are resting upon a foundation of just imagination.
So, okay, let me get this straight. If I don't believe in God, then the fact that I say God doesn't exist is pure imagination. And if I say
you have to presuppose, without even realizing it, the existence of God in order to argue that God does not exist.
Well, no, I don't.
Yes, you do, and I'll explain to you why you do.
Okay.
It's because the existence of God is the necessary precondition for rationality and intelligibility. And when I say God, I'm talking about
You cut
Right?
out. You cut out, man.
Okay.
You said when I say God, I'm talking about, and then you cut out right there.
Okay. All right. Listen. In order for you to make rational statements about existence that comport to reality, certain absolutes are going to have to exist.
What?
If there are no, if it is the case that there are no absolutes,
Yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
Then nothing. You can't make statements of intelligibility.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
If you're aware, if you were aware that that was the case, if you were unaware, like you might be in a dream, then you might suggest that everything feels like it's still rational and logical, even though all around you there's chaos. Okay.
All right. Let's put it this way: if you don't have a foundation of certain building blocks about the nature of reality, right?
Yeah.
Where then anything could be the case.
Okay.
All right. So if anything could be the case, if anything goes,
no,
then you cannot make that. If anything goes, then that means nothing is intelligible.
Okay.
In order to have intelligibility, statements of predication of intelligibility, then you can't have anything goes.
Test theories and you find out what's right and wrong. So, for example, we know for a fact that the universe wasn't started by a gorilla because the universe had to start before.
How do you know that?
Because the universe had to start before gorillas ever existed.
How do you know that? How do you know it wasn't how do you know it wasn't an eternal?
Because we'd call it something else. We wouldn't.
Okay, so see how stupid this guy is? He's a dumbass. How do you know the universe wasn't started by a gorilla? How do you know? Okay, so do you guys support this petition or do you not support this petition? I definitely support this petition because at least it doesn't ban him. I don't support banning, but I certainly support this man not having mods on a server that he does not own. And I also see the other side before we carry on here. Oh, look at that. Okay, so I also see the other side, right? These people have a server, politics and religion, and they're obviously hit on a gold mine with having Darth Dawkins there, because the amount of viewers and basically the amount of viewers that Darth Dawkins will bring into this to their server is worth it for them to, give Darth mods and whatnot. But there's two things I want to say. Number one is people can just not go to politics and religion. If nobody goes there. Uh-oh. What happened? Oh, whoa, what happened there? I had a computer fart, if that's possible. But anyway, back to the politics and religion. If nobody goes there, right? Nobody goes to that server, then they don't have viewers, and people have spoken with their dollars, as it were, although they're not paying money. They're speaking with their mouse clicks. They're not going to the politics and religion server. However, because Darth Dawkins is there, people are going to go. So that's the one. That was the one thing. And the second thing is, if nobody gives Darth Dawkins mods, nobody, then Darth Dawkins fades away. He goes away. He fades away into oblivion. basically fades away into digital history. So we got two choices. Either Darth keeps his mods and stays on the internet, or he loses his mods and he's done for, because nobody's going to be able to, he's not going to be able to control any conversation that he goes into if he doesn't have mods. And if he doesn't control an information, if he doesn't control the room, the content, everything, he loses his supply, his narcissistic supply, which is us, everybody who he attacks on the internet. So no one is safe from Darth Dawkins, but this guy here is giving him a good run for his money, I must say. Let's listen some more.
We wouldn't define that as a gorilla. A gorilla is an animal that has a definition. The word gorilla is something that we humans have given meaning to. It means an animal that, well, I'm not going to say evolved because I'm talking to you, but it, you know.
Okay,
you know
fine. So what you're saying then is, by the way that you define gorilla, it would be a contradiction based upon the definition.
No, I'm saying the way that we've defined gorilla is different from the way that we've defined alien. Okay, so embedded within the definition of a gorilla, it is a terrestrial being from the planet Earth. The planet Earth did not exist before the creation of the universe.
Okay, good. But here's the problem: is because when you say that, you know, it would form a contradiction.
Right. It was just an example.
Okay, so in other words, we know that it could be a definition, right? But you know that because it can't be, because if it was, it would contradict the definition of gorilla.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, good. But that's presupposing that contradictions are always invalid.
But my point was that that's an example that somebody could know. I'm not a scientist or an astrologist or whatever they are.
No,
so
are contradictions always invalid?
I literally started my statement with a contradiction, and I repeated it 3 times, assuming that it was valid. So I can't really say that they're always invalid.
Well, therefore, you can't know that a gorilla didn't start the universe.
No, you're right. I don't. I was using it as an example.
I know that, but you.
All right, hands up for all those who agree that a gorilla started the universe. Yes, definitely. I think the gorilla started the universe. Absolutely. Darth got it 100% right. Schmuck.
You can't even say, because the way in which we define gorillas, the definition of a gorilla would contradict the idea that a gorilla made it. But that's presupposing that contradictions can never exist.
The point that I was making was obviously that you can't know anything until you've gone out and tested it and found out.
You can't. Well, no, testing is an activity based upon an assumption that certain things are true, such as the uniformity of nature.
Yeah.
How is it the case that nature operates in a uniform way?
I believe.
What a fucking stupid question. How is it nature obvious? Nature works in a uniform way. What a fucking stupid question. Physics and chemistry don't change over time, Mr. Darth Dawkins, for fuck's sake.
I believe that they're called the 3 basic assumptions, aren't they? I forget what they actually are, but
okay, good. So in other words, reasoning is just, well, I assume that.
Well, I've got to assume, for example, that I'm awake right now and that I'm talking to a real life person, and that I'm not.
So in other words, all atheist reasoning is just they're conjecturing.
What an idiot! Listen to this.
From my perspective, you do understand that it's the same for you.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
He never returned. Ha! He said, "Hold it." He said, "I'll be right back," and he never returned. That's
no, that makes sense. In that case, I'm pretty positive that God definitely doesn't exist.
Say that again?
All right, I got some more here.
Mm-hmm.
I was just hanging.
Okay.
And Matt Bell says he has evidential arguments for God's existence.
Matt Bell,
And
is a
William Lane Craig
pedophile
takes
in
that
jail.
position also. William Lane Craig admits that presuppositionalism does not work.
About
because
saw
it's-
your name, thought
Where
is
did
that
you
a real
get
one?
that from?
'Cause there's a lot of troll accounts, isn't there?
Well, I've read in a number of places that Craig says that.
Where did he say that?
I don't have the quotes on my
Okay, well, I've read the quote in question.
Yeah.
And those people who have presented that quote of William Lane Craig essentially trashing presuppositionalism have cited it out of context. Do you know where it's from?
No, I don't recall. I don't have these
five,
memorized.
It's from the 5 views on on apologetics. So
his opinion.
No, you're pulling that out of your keister. You don't know what you're talking about. If you actually read the section in the book, he doesn't trash presuppositionalism, and in fact, he cites an argument from Alvin Plantinga, which he believes is even superior to the Ventilian presuppositionalism. So you're just quoting things that you don't know what you're talking about.
Is that Plantinga's evolutionary argument?
Right. The argument that William Lane Craig's, that he cites.
That's not a presup argument.
I will respond again, and then I won't speak to you further. You're pulling this out of your ass because you have heard people otherwise say that. Show me the quotation, the source, where William Lane Craig trashes the Ventilian transcendental argument for the existence of God or presuppositionalism. Show it to me.
Well, we've both seen it. I don't have it at my hand.
Well, guess what? I do.
Okay.
Clown.
All right. Prove me wrong. Go ahead.
No, I'm not going to read it.
Oh, okay.
I'm just going to.
Okay, this is the. I think this is the. Let me just hold on a minute. Hold on, sorry. Okay, I think this is the. This is the clip where he starts calling Brenda a clown. Very, very rude. He's a very rude and disrespectful, discourteous human being, Darth Dawkins.
Show that you're pulling that out of your keister, and you don't have it. It's from the 5 views on apologetics.
All right.
It's in the section where Craig is critiquing John Frame. Clown.
Clown. There he goes. Yeah, I'm right.
So your position is that they are misquoting or misrepresenting.
You don't have a source of William Lane Craig trashing presuppositionalism. If you do, produce the source, clown.
Well, if he has,
do you have the source, or are you simply regurgitating a rumor that you have heard attributing to William Lane Craig that he trashed presuppositionalism?
We both have in mind the same quote. That's the quote that I have in mind.
Okay, good. That quote that you have in mind is a misrepresentation because the opening paragraphs, he's giving an example of those who would trash presuppositionalism. But he goes on to say, which is not printed in the online sources of people quoting him, the praises that he attributes to the transcendental presuppositionalism. Clown.
Okay. But what is his position?
So you see, here's a prime example, MK. Here, Brendan here is citing William Lane Craig as trashing presuppositionalism. And it turns out that Brenda is pulling that out of his butt because the source that he's pulling it from, Craig doesn't actually do it unless you rip out the opening paragraphs out of context. This is typical of Brendan making these remarks. I'm just citing it as a clear example where it's simply just a regurgitation of atheist memes allegedly citing William Lane Craig. What is cited is not what Craig was advocating or affirming. What they are citing was Craig repeating the type of reaction that commonly occurs to presuppositionalism. But after he cites the common reaction, he goes on to say, but this is incorrect. So you see, here Brendan is allegedly speaking authoritatively, and he's dead wrong. That's why I call you a clown, or should I call you a clownette?
Okay, let's address Brenda's claim that
I'm not discussing it any further. I just couldn't miss the opportunity with this just stupidity on his part trying to sound authoritative.
I will go through the key points of Craig's chapter, but I will also show all his text so that the context can be seen. So what does Craig actually think of presuppositionalism? For my part, I think that presuppositionalism is, to borrow Plantinga's phraseology, a groping implicit inchoate expression of the view articulated with such clarity by Plantinga, under the name of Reformed epistemology. Where presuppositionalism muddies the waters is in its apologetic methodology. As commonly understood, presuppositionalism is guilty of a logical howler. It commits the informal fallacy of petitio principe, or begging the question, for it advocates presupposing the truth of Christian theism in order to prove Christian theism. Frame himself says that we are forced to say, God exists, presupposition, therefore God exists, conclusion, even though such reasoning is clearly circular. It is difficult to imagine how anyone could with a straight face think to show theism to be true by reasoning, God exists, therefore God exists. Nor is this said from the standpoint of unbelief. A Christian theist himself will deny that question-begging arguments prove anything. If this were all presuppositionalism had to offer as an apologetic, it would be so ludicrous that no one would have taken it seriously. But at the heart of presuppositionalism lies an argument, often not clearly understood or articulated, which is very powerful. This is an epistemological transcendental argument. Unfortunately, Frame fails to develop for us such an argument. Instead, he confuses transcendental reasoning with what medievals call demonstratio quia, proof that proceeds from consequence to ground. Thus, Frame's apologetic turns out to involve no transcendental argument at all. By contrast, Plantinga's epistemology can be seen as an extended transcendental theistic argument. Plantinga's transcendental argument is for a generic theism, so it won't get you to a Christian God, which is what DD needs. Both of these arguments are philosophically sophisticated, careful articulations of themes that are rung in presuppositionalism, but with an uncertain sound. They are arguments that would be endorsed by any classical apologist and need to be differentiated from the confused claims of presuppositionalists about the inevitability of circular reasoning, the need to presuppose Christian theism in one's apologetic, and so on. Van Til, for all his insights, was not a philosopher. To be fair, Craig is wrong to say that Van Til wasn't a philosopher, but it seems he didn't think too highly of Van Til.
Does Craig ever comment on Bonson or Van Til?
In the 5 views on apologetics, he does briefly touch on Van Til, but he's mostly commentating on Frame. But you know, when he comments on Frame, he's also commenting on Van Til as well.
Let's summarize. DD thinks that this paragraph is quoted out of context, and that Craig is merely repeating a common reaction to presuppositionalism. DD says the following paragraph is Craig saying that that reaction is incorrect. If DD is right, Then why does Craig say, in his final paragraph, that Plantinga's argument needs to be differentiated from the confused claims of presuppositionalists about the inevitability of circular reasoning, the need to presuppose Christian theism in one's apologetic, and so on? What DD fails to mention is that Craig says that Frame fails to develop a transcendental argument, and when he approaches a transcendental argument in a footnote, the insight is not developed. Instead he launches straight into an evidentialist apologetic. Frame offers no transcendental argument at all.
Show me the quotation, the source, where William Lane Craig trashes the Van Tillian transcendental argument for the existence of God or presuppositionalism. Show it to me. You don't have a source of William Lane Craig trashing presuppositionalism. If you do, produce the source, clown.
Oh, what a hit. Look out.
So that was that one. I've got another one. Another two, actually. Let's go to this one.
Can't we just be friends, Darth? Just all.
He's done that. He's done this before on the previous server. He's not going to do it again to me. Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, Doobie.
Yes,
Hey, Doobie. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm either going to quit this fucking server or you're going to remove Arminian. He's been shitting and pissing on me. I asked him to leave the room a number of times, and he continues in here shitting on me.
What a fucking crybaby.
I have witnesses here. I did nothing.
Now, I don't care. Shut the fuck up.
No, I didn't hear anything.
You little fucking little punk.
This is the first time you're
Doobie,
Darth is in the right here.
I have had mods shit on me in this server and that server, and I'm not going to have mods shitting on me, especially in my own room. This room was set up for me to debate people, and it was set up so mods couldn't come in and shit on me. He's shitting on me, and I asked him to stop. I asked him to leave.
Is someone recording this?
Look, no. Honestly, Doobie, Darth is in the right here.
Wait,
I mean, Armenian was kind of.
Shut up! Stop talking! Do not record without permission. Okay. You do not have permission to record. If finally this goes up,
I'm not recording.
Stop!
I will stop momentarily.
No, stop, Darth, stop. So if this recording goes up anywhere, I'm going to ban the person who posted it. You do not have permission to record right now. Okay, Darth, I'm going to unmute you, but I really need to take it down a few. Armenian seems like Darth doesn't want to talk to you today, so I'm going to move you out to another channel. Sure. We're going to move on, okay?
No, we're not going to move on here. We're going to settle this right now, Doobie.
Darth, I think it's...
No, it's not settled. No, it's not settled. Okay? I am not going to have a mod, like that he did, keep on shitting on me over and over again when I asked him to leave the room, and he kept on doing it to shit in my face. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'll quit the server right now.
No one cares.
He's going to be gone from the server, or I will.
Yeah,
I am not going to have a mod shit on him.
Darth, I'm not.
Take a deep breath, man. Honestly, you're a Christian. You're acting like this.
Nobody else should be talking. Darth, I gotta. No. I just nobody else should be talking. Don't talk.
Can I interject?
You guys are making this really fucking difficult.
Yeah,
no. Okay, the next person who talks is getting. Do not talk. Just me and Darth. Darth, I'm not going to ban him from the server because you don't want.
Bye.
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 Wait a second. So Jesus, wait. Let me just say this. So he's saying.
Wait.
Hallelujah.
Just saying, please, Jesus Christ. So him telling that I shit on him was just unmuting myself. Nothing else. I literally did nothing else. Just unmuting myself. What? No.
I believe that was Incel Network.
It was Incel Network.
Doobie again. This is what I was speaking about. This is what I was speaking about earlier. This is the low quality. Low quality for the sake of high.
Can we do something about this trolling behavior with him sticking that thing into the screen?
Yeah, please don't.
Joe got bounced once before for trolling. He's trolling again. He's being an asshole.
Joe, please don't.
Which is not surprising.
All right, let's do this minute. I don't want to keep Fox on the line here.
Okay, good. Okay, now, when we speak or define of God, we are only speaking in an analogous way. We cannot speak in, I believe the word is, what is it, a unanimical way? So we can only speak by way of an analogy. So that poses no problem to God having a mind, because that does not necessarily entail that God's mind or thoughts have to be successive. It may be the case that within our uniform experience, that our minds operate in a successive fashion. But he is attempting to smuggle in an inductive argument that the way we understand minds, or the minds that we experience operate in a successive way, would necessitate that God's mind would have to operate in a successive way, i.e. in terms of temporality. So basically, he's making a veiled inductive argument which is not logically necessitated.
Okay, that's 1 minute. Fox, if you're there, you got a minute.
Okay, good. Yeah, this attempt to distract with the red herring of me making an inductive argument, I'm basically asking Dawkins to basically show how it is the case that you can have a mind that, and still be a mind, still correlate with what we think a mind is, which has thoughts which don't have succession, and how it is that you can have one thought changing to another one, which is a change, and this mind is supposedly also unchanging, which is an additional problem, and it still be a mind. It seems to be an inherent quality of thoughts. This seems to be what we mean by the definition of a thought, is that, you know, it takes place in time, and that it changes, and what we mean by consciousness or a mind as a collection of thoughts is that it involves some kind of order or succession. Now, if you have moments, events, if thoughts are like events and they change from one thought to another, that seems to be time by what Dawkins has just outlined as time to be. So I'm not
1 minute,
even
Fox.
arguing from logical necessity. I'm just trying to point out that this idea is incoherent and not particularly well evidenced or plausible or intuitive.
All right, let's give him a minute to reply.
Okay, what Fox is arguing for as incoherent is because what he's saying is our understanding of inductively, and he doesn't want to use the term, but that's exactly what he's doing. He's talking about the minds that he is acquainted with. Therefore, what he's concluding inductively, that because of all of the minds that we know of operate the same way, therefore all minds must operate that way. That's begging the question. All right? He can't demonstrate that through an inductive process. The only way that he could do so would be to define it that way. And you see, that's very easy to dismantle and just say, I don't accept your definition. As I said before, and it went right over his head, when we speak of God or we define God, we are doing so by means of analogy. Okay? We're not speaking about God in a, I believe the term, as I said it before, in a unanimical way. So the bottom line is this, is I do not define time in the same way you do. People define time as the order of events, and events is referring to materiality. So your argument is an inductive one, and it fails.
All right, before you reply, Fox, I would like to just say that, at least from my perspective here,
yeah,
I feel like Fox is saying, how then would you describe? I feel like, Dawkins, that you're talking about time, but I feel like Fox is talking about, okay, if he's outside of time, how do you think? How does he have these thoughts and such? Okay, my point is, I don't know if you were exactly answering his question.
No, he didn't, and it's my time to respond. Again, I'm not arguing from induction. I'm arguing. Well, my argument is that. You know, Dawkins talks about analogy. It seems to me that there's a fundamental disanalogy with what we mean by minds, right? Which is that they have temporal succession of thoughts. He says that time is an order of events. Okay, well, thoughts are distinct, discrete states. You might call them events. It seems that a succession of thoughts
would be a succession of events which would be temporal. So in a way, by his own definition of time, it seems to be that if he wants to say that God has timelessly a succession of thoughts, that would invoke time. It's incoherent. Now, if he wants to say that God doesn't have thoughts, now I would find that to be even worse, because I mean thoughts seem to be an inherent component of mind, right? Then maybe he could go down that direction, but he's not doing that. He's sticking to his guns and saying that God has thoughts. Somehow he has a succession of thoughts outside of time, but at the same time, time is a succession of events.
Okay,
so
that's 1 minute.
Their events are discrete states of affairs.
Okay.
Thoughts are a discrete state of affairs.
Okay.
A series of events is a discrete
Fox,
series
that's
of
1 minute, bro.
states
That's
of
1
affairs.
minute.
Okay,
That's 1
sorry.
minute.
Okay, good.
Okay, let's let him just reply. How about this? After he replies, then I'll just open it up for both of you.
Yeah, again, he's doing the same thing again. He's using an inductive argument in the way he understands minds operating. Either he's going to be doing so definitionally, or he's going to be doing so experientially. All right? It's that simple. It's either or both. Now, the fact of the matter is, one could posit the idea that all of God's thoughts neither precede or occur after, that they are all, I'll use the term simultaneous, although some people might object to that term, that they are concurrent. Neither one precedes or comes after. So that would not pose a problem. So his only argument would be definitional, that it wouldn't fit with a definition, or that based upon the way we know minds. This argument is going around and around in circles. Now, when theologians and Christians speak of God being timeless, it just simply means that he is independent of the material succession.
Okay, one of the big problems is that Dawkins has just said that God's thoughts could be simultaneous. Now, put aside for the fact that this doesn't seem to be what a mind is. It's some kind of simultaneous. I mean, it just seems bizarre. Simultaneity seems to presuppose time. How do you have atemporal simultaneity? This doesn't make any sense. It just makes the problem worse. And I don't know how many times I have to keep saying this is not an inductive argument. At no point have I made an argument saying something along the lines of, you know, all known minds are temporal, therefore every mind is temporal. I have not said that. What I'm saying is it's his burden of proof to show me how something can be a mind, have succession of thoughts, which seems to be what we mean by the term mind, and it to be atemporal or timeless. He hasn't done that. He just keeps accusing me of either begging the question of what time means. I mean, we didn't get any response to my suggestion that, you know, he even defines time as a series of discrete states of affairs, what he calls events. And I say, well, a mind is a series of thoughts which are discrete states of affairs. So it seems to me that that a mind, by his own lights, would presuppose time.
Hey, Fox, we're not doing the 1 minute thing now. So feel free to,
yeah.
But look, I wanted to say something.
I'd like a chance to respond.
Yeah, sure. But let me just, I just want to say something real quick. In a few minutes, this wasn't the original intent of this hangout, so I'm gonna want to interject in a minute or so or a few to get back to the point of what the hangout was. But feel free to have your your back and forth for now. But I just want to let you know I want to jump in at some point and do what the main point of the hangout was.
Well, no, you had your chance. It's my turn to speak.
Oh,
okay? You were giving.
Fox, you're being very rude. Hey, by the way, thanks for letting me cut in.
Yeah, it's my turn. Okay, so basically what Fox is doing is he's regurgitating the very same thing that he has said 3 times over, and I will say what I said over again. His argument is either definitional and base, or it would be an inductive from his observation or experience. He said, this does not seem right because of the way we understand minds to operate. That would be an inductive argument, unless he wants to otherwise say this is how it's defined. he would then have to argue that his definition is the only correct one. The fact of the matter is, it is certainly possible for God to have all thoughts being concurrent. Now, I don't know that that's necessarily the case, but it may be. And all such definitions and descriptions of God are in the form of an analogy. All theologians recognize this.
Yes, but the problem is with
I'm not done yet.
Well, hurry up.
I'm not done yet.
Hurry up.
Hey,
Okay,
Dawkins, you could be a jerk to me, but Fox has been nothing but nice.
I'm not done yet. Okay, good.
He's been nothing but nice. Don't be a jerk to him.
Shut your mouth, Joe.
Don't be a jerk to him.
Joe, shut up.
Let me do the muting. Let me do the muting, please. Otherwise, I could.
Okay, well, tell Joe to shut his fat trap.
Joe, please let them.
You got to say shut your fat trap to me.
No, Joe, this is not the transvestite room.
The obnoxious one comes out.
Oh, fuck off.
All right, Fox.
Room.
Hey, Fox and Dawkins, you guys, feel free to have a back and forth. Dawkins doesn't want to be interrupted, but Fox wants you to hurry up. So
yeah. Obviously, they took this for the transvestite room.
In the meantime, I just want to let everyone.
Really classy there.
All right, class.
Okay, guys. Okay, guys.
Somebody with a penis who dressed like a woman.
I'm in the middle of a sentence. I'd like to finish a sentence, please. So look, can we just leave them alone to discuss what they're going to discuss for a few minutes, and then I want to change it back to what at least briefly for what I wanted to talk about upon opening this hangout. But for now, you guys,
good. So we're just going around like a dog chasing its tail. Fox is just repeating the same thing he said before, that the way we understand minds to be. He is making an inductive argument. Otherwise, he's making a case based upon definition. Now, if it's not based upon an inductive argument, if it's not based in an a posteriori way, I hope I pronounced that right.
A posteriori.
A posteriori, thank you. Then it would be in an a priori way, right? Now, which is it, Fox? Is it definitional, or is it the other?
Well, I'm not making an a priori argument.
All right. Hi, hey, Daniel. I just interrupted that to say hi. How you doing? Welcome. I don't hear your voice.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay.
Welcome in. What's
Oh, thank you.
What's on your mind?
I was just curious about okay, so we all know that Darth Dawkins is a piece of shit, right?
Yeah.
But what's the proper response in dealing with someone like him?
Ignoring him would be the best response.
Do you feel that perhaps bringing his family into it, like his wife and his stuff like that, do you think that makes matters better, or
Are you talking about Darth Dawkins?
Yes.
Darth Dawkins is a internet evangelical Christian. How do you know that he is married? How do you know anything about Darth Dawkins? He's just a character.
That's true.
So
But it's
so you're assuming that Darth Dawkins is a married man?
Yes.
Or my assumption is that Darth Dawkins is a homosexual man who's in very strict denial of his sexuality. But that's just my opinion, right?
Yeah.
What's your opinion?
My opinion of him, it's complex. I sorry. Go ahead.
Do you agree with the petition?
I have not yet seen it. What is it?
Well, it's a petition on change.org. Now, there's a Discord server called Politics and Religion.
Yeah.
Darth Dawkins does not own that server. He's just he has a room, or he's a whatever. He's on that. That's where he hangs out. People go and talk to him. But but he has mod powers, so he can mute and kick and deafen and do whatever he likes to anybody in that room. Now, the petition is for those powers to be taken away from him, because he abuses them, because he shouldn't have them, because it's not his server, because he's a he's a racist, and he's a bigot, and he's a all these things, right? So that's their petition. What do you think? Should he have mods?
Okay, so I think that he should have.
Hello, Raz.
Hi, Raz.
I have something to show you. He has left the server. He's blaming me.
Oh, no.
You and Rebel Base. I have something to show you. Look in your private message. You and me. We did it. We did it.
Well, okay.
Yes, he left. He's gone. He's gone.
He's gone from where?
He's no longer in politics and religion server. He left.
Oh, because so did the petition work? Did they take away his powers?
No, there's something I need to show you. There's something I need to give you. Okay, so I'll be quiet and I'll show you.
All right. I was talking
why he left.
Okay. Well, this is not confirmed, right? So, in the meantime, I was talking to Daniel. He had some pretty interesting comments. Daniel, sorry about that. Carry on.
Oh, no worries. Okay, so the question was, do I agree with the petition as you described it?
Yes.
And I think that ultimately, I think that he should have the powers that the administrators or the owners give, but at the same time, does he deserve that? Does he deserve to be in a position to silence people and run his bullshit? No. I mean, so I'm divided on this.
Well, if people agreed with that policy, then I don't think that he'd have much of a presence in that server, because he is either you give me mod powers that I can kick, ban, deafen, do anything I like, or I will not come into the server. So he has that power, that magnetic power of attracting viewers, and I think that the owners of politics and religion gave in to him simply because they had no other choice. Either that, or he doesn't go onto their server.
Yeah, I get the feeling that surely they must know that there's a problem with giving this person authority of any form.
Your days are numbered when you do that, right? Because eventually people are going to say, fuck you, politics and religion, fuck you, Darth Dawkins. You can take your mods, shove them up your ass. We're not going to go to politics and religion. We're going to ignore Darth Dawkins. And as soon as that happens, Darth Dawkins runs to another server, puts his demands in for the mod powers, etc., gets them, and then people flock to that server. It's the way it goes. If people were really not interested in him, they would just ignore him. He'd have nowhere to go. He'd have nobody to pick on. He'd have nobody to control. He'd have no narcissistic supply. What would he do then?
What I find most chilling about what he does is that there are what seem to me to be like influential young men that are taken by him and emulate him. And this is the scariest thing, because it's one thing for him to say what he wants, but he seems to have this magnetism and this charism that attracts people that are looking for almost like a father figure.
Yes,
it's disturbing.
It's very disturbing because before, when he was on Hangouts and on Pal Talk and whatnot, he used to deal with adults. Okay, then pretty much got run out of Pal Talk. He got run out of Hangouts, not because of anything that we, the community, did, was because he didn't have those mod powers. Then he lands up in Discord, which gives him those mod powers he wants, but the only people who really frequent the Discord platform are young people, young adults and teenagers. So these are the people that he pretty much has as an audience. They're very vulnerable and impressionable, and he's an older sort of avuncular kind of a figure with a loud, aggressive, assertive voice. They look, like you say, a father figure. So he's the father figure that you wouldn't want your worst enemy to have. And it's a shame.
Yeah, I would agree. So we have we've seen a lot of J. Robin.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of people lately.
What's that,
Sorry?
Rose?
Read your PM. He's watching this video. Read it.
Oh, look at that. All right, hold on a minute.
And I'll send you another one, but it's on my computer. I'll come back
Darth
real
Dawkins
quick. Okay?
says, either you are mentally ill or you're just pure evil. The video recorded of you with your face blurred out on Sidney Winston channel is you just asserting absolute lie. You are disgusting. So that's what Darth Dawkins wrote to you?
Yes, I told you he watched the video. You know how he feels. Now you believe me? You didn't believe me last time. I kept telling you he's watching us. He's watching the video. He's right here. I kept saying that, but you didn't believe me.
I can't believe that Darth Dawkins gives me 2 seconds of his time. I still don't believe he's watching this, for sure. If he, put it this way, if he's watching, Darth Dawkins, if you're watching this, come on in. Make your case. Is that fair,
He's
Daniel?
watching. He's watching it. He's here.
Darth,
Darth is watching us.
No, this is Darth Dawkins debunked. Make your case.
Darth Dawkins debunked. Can you add me on Discord? He's watching it. He's here.
Darth,
we can hear some
Darth is
feedback.
watching us.
I hear feedback from Take the
Darth
Chess
Dawkins
Exam.
debunked. Can you add me on Discord? He's watching it. He's
Hello?
here.
Hi. Oh, that's better.
Darth is watching us.
Hey, DDD,
Hello.
we hear feedback from you. You still have the YouTube. The YouTube stream you should mute, please. Hello. Hey, DDD.
Hello.
This is like deja vu all over again.
Yeah, can you hear me?
That's better.
Hello?
Yeah, that's better. We can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Hey,
Okay.
can you add me on Discord? Because I need to show you something. I gotta show you something so juicy.
I don't go to
He's
Discord.
watching this video.
I
He's
don't-
here watching it.
Well, whatever. If he wants to come in and talk, go ahead, DDD.
I just came in. I just heard maybe the last 3 minutes of what you were saying. So I heard something about, you said that he mainly goes to Discord, and the majority of the people that he engages with are younger people, more often than not.
Because the people the people that are on Discord are younger people.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. That would be more often than not. Yes. But if I was to say anything about this guy, I mean, if you just give me 30 seconds,
You got it.
and if I was just to say anything about this guy and then leave, the number one thing I would say about this guy, above all else, he is in biblical proportions, he is a liar. That's it. He is a liar. And if that's all I could say about him, I'd be perfectly fine.
But that covers every Christian.
Well, that is something that I don't get into as far as what I'm doing online. My whole thing is aimed at one individual. So I'm not doing a
an expose on apologetics or Christian apologetics or biblical apologetics. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm only focused on one individual. So that is what I would say about that individual.
What individual?
Gary.
Why, if he's watching, why hasn't he come into this room and defended himself? He's so, he really doesn't like.
You're here?
Apparently he's watching, but I don't believe he's watching.
Darth, if
Oh,
you're
well,
here,
you know what I have to say about that?
What?
What I would say about that is, he said that he's a strong believer in the Second Amendment. Well, fine. I'm a strong believer in the First Amendment. Freedom of speech. There isn't anything that said in freedom of speech that says that you have to talk. It doesn't say that you must talk. It just says that you have a right to talk. So if he doesn't want to talk, fine. And that's perfectly fine.
I think that we have help for him now. That's the main point. We should be goal-oriented. We shouldn't just discuss the problem, but the solution. And as a matter of fact, as it happens, I do have on me right now, I have the cure for him. So I just like to show Darth, if you're watching, I have something for you. And I mean this literally. Literally, I'm in Philly. I'm in Philadelphia. I know that you're, perhaps, from what I've heard, you're in New Jersey.
Are you saying you're going to show him something on camera?
Yes, I'm showing it right at the moment.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
If you take a look.
Let me fix the I'm not.
This is for.
No,
I'm
receiving
some kind of
audio
a dried
only.
meat.
Okay.
Hold on a sec. Let me just switch that on. There we go. Okay, I can see you now.
Okay, let me just present to you what I think the solution to Darth Dawkins is.
All right, let's see.
This is going to help him, so he can eat it.
Thai sticks. Look at that.
Yeah,
it's like
he can.
Kebabs.
Yeah, these are big ones, and they're completely organic, non-GMO. And I think Darth, listen, come to Philadelphia, or I'll come to you. We'll smoke a joint. We'll get we'll get to the bottom of this stuff,
I think
right?
so. I think that'll make him feel much
fucking
better. Much better.
It'll relax his asshole, I think.
That would be lovely.
So, here you go, Darth. Is this for you? It's a double wear. It's still, they're sticky.
Here's the message that Raz got from, at least that Darth Dawkins sent to Raz. He's left. Darth Dawkins. She just replied. He has been blaming me that I conspired with his atheist enemies to make these videos. He has left politics and religion. So, hey, DDD, did your change.org petition work? He's left the server. Is that correct?
I don't think the last time I checked, which was this afternoon, there were 70 people that signed up. So probably, there might be maybe another 5 more by now, but it needs to get to 100 before it can actually be, go through.
I understand, but the claim here is that he's left the server. He's left.
Well, I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know either because
I haven't heard anything about that.
Yeah, I never go on Discord, so I don't really care one way or the other.
But I don't think. I mean, let me check. I'll tell you in just a second. I'm going to pull up the petition. It will show me how many people have actually signed up. So give me just a second.
Okay.
So it'll only take a few seconds.
No problem. You just go ahead, do your thing. Daniel, those are good stalks. It's good. I don't know, what do you call those? What do you call what do you call one of those kebabs?
They're just sort of like.
Is it trimming?
They're the better fruit. Like like let's say you have an apple tree and you have some tiny apples and big apples. These are the big ones.
How much did that? If you took out the stick, the stem, how much would that weigh?
That's a good question. I think maybe you're looking at maybe 10 grams, something like that. 10 grams.
Oh, okay, so like a little over. Wow, that's a whole bunch.
It's quite a bit. It's like more than a quarter of an ounce. Yeah. Sidney, may I ask, how long have you known of Darth Dawkins? Because you're featured in this infamous video where it seems that you're breaking the news. You're finally expressing, so sort of like the Darth Dawkins, character is stripped away, and then you're presenting a name of some individual. But how long have you known of him, Darth?
Ooh, probably 8 years, 9 years. I don't know, 10 years. I don't know, a long time.
I just wanted to jump in real quick.
Maybe it just seems that long. Yeah, go ahead.
There's 74 people right now signed up, so if he left the server, I don't think it would have anything to do with the petition, if that's true.
Right. Well, maybe they heard you. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, because our only source is Raz right now, and she's usually quite quite reliable with her information, as you can see. With a message that was sent to her by Darth Dawkins. Can I read it again? It's brilliant. Darth Dawkins.
May I read it?
Yeah, you read it, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Either you are mentally ill or you're just pure evil. The video recorded of you with your face blurred out on Sidney Winston channel is you just asserting absolute lies. You are disgusting.
Asserting absolute lies. You notice that he doesn't point out 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5.
Right? Yeah. They're all lies. 100%.
Everything this woman says, she opens her mouth, it's a lie.
And everyone is mentally ill.
Or pure
Everyone needs a frontal lobotomy.
Well, there was a J.L. Warren discussion with Tom Rabbit where J.L. Warren broaches the subject of Darth Dawkins' mental stability, and
yeah.
I mean it's true to say that there's certainly some ethical issues with the morbid curiosity that many of us have with Darth, and it's true to say that he is just palpably ill. I mean, clearly there's something wrong with this man. He
is a malignant narcissist in total denial, and this is the unfortunately this is the attraction.
It is, and I feel guilty to admit that this is what I'm indulging, and but it's like I'm like I can't stop. I'm like, oh God, I love it.
I mean, he's
well, you know what?
Who's coming in? No one. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say it's kind of like the wrestling, you know, WWA wrestling. You love the villain, you know, you love to hate the villain. The bad guy, usually more people watch the matches where there's the bad guy rather than the good guy, because it's more of an entertainment value. Yeah, that's the thing with him too, I think. Yeah, hang on. Sorry. Yeah, I was online. Thank you.
I think the projections are fascinating. When he just one-to-one projects onto his interlocutor in a one-to-one manner. I find that just absolutely fascinating and bizarre.
Well, he seems to, like you say, when he's projecting. Hey, we can hear your some scuffing or something. But he's projecting a lot of trauma from way back when. I mean, the man is 60.
Indeed.
Right?
Indeed.
And he's yelling like his father used to yell at him, sort of thing.
Indeed. I find that there was some trauma that he may have had with, if he's had children, because he seems to be speaking in a way to young people in a way that he's speaking to in abusive tone to his children. And these people seem to be a surrogate for the children he's no longer able to abuse. And this is my hypothesis.
No, I can't fault your hypothesis, to be honest, because it fits the pattern. You know, it fits the mold. Unfortunately, because like you say, what we're watching, it's a shit show, but we're human. That's, you know, we want to be entertained, right? And we go after low-hanging fruit because we're a very evil species.
I wonder if he knows that. That's the thing. It's like, I wonder if he excuse me for a moment.
It's okay.
Well, you know, Sidney, I think your video, the one that was called Darth Dawkins, a retro hangout. You remember that one? That was one of your first videos about him.
Yeah. Yeah, it was long ago. Yeah.
Compare his tone and his attitude, and you know, just the way that he interacts with people then. Compare it between then and now, and you can see, you know, because of his view on atheism, you know, his view that, you know, all these atheists, they're such liars, they're pathological liars. So that's the result, you know, mentally. That's the result of how he has been affected. And the funny thing about it, whenever he talks with people, a lot of times he says, well, you know, I've been doing this 10 years, as if that's some kind of a strong point, when actually I think that's one of the weakest points, because in 10 years, his entire worldview has evolved. It's changed. He has edited it. He has changed it. He has contradicted himself. So if anything, those 10 years, I mean, he's not winning any points by saying that he's been doing this for 10 years.
No, of course not. He's a child. Children like him. He's 60 and he's never grown up. He's an impetuous child who needs a good who needs a good straightening out and a good tongue lashing, and never got one. Maybe he should come in here so we could make a man out of him.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, we can straighten him out real quick.
Oh yeah.
But I don't think he has the gonads to do that. I don't think so.
Yeah, but listen, let's assume for argument's sake that he did leave the politics and religion server. Do you think that I should offer him a place here? Should he be able to come here and say his stage shtick? You think?
Absolutely.
Okay, Darth, if you're watching,
and we can promise him that if he comes in, we can promise him that we will not interrupt him. We will be quiet and let him say whatever he wants to say. I mean, but we will, of course, want time to make a reply, but we will give him the opportunity to say whatever he wants to say.
Right. I have something else to share with you that Raz sent me. Again, this is Darth Dawkins pretty much admitting that he's everything you say is DDD. Hold on, let me share this. I mean, if everything people said about him was not true, then why would he give a shit? Or if some things were not true, then why would he give a shit?
He knows he's a liar.
Yeah,
definitely. He knows that.
There you go. This is what he sent to Eve regarding that video that you mentioned. So he posted this, I guess, in his. It looks like a Discord posting, and he's got a link to my video in there. And what he says.
Okay, can you read that because I can't see it?
All right, it says. Let's see. There is another user who has gone by the name Tomed and Eve. She is a weirdo and has claimed to be a longtime friend of mine, which is a lie. She now did a video fabricating a story about my personal life. I will post the link below. She is friends with Angstrike. She should be banned when she shows up again. This video is completely false. These atheists are so evil. He's always on about the evil atheists. So there you go. Thank you, Eve. Thank you, Raz. Tomed. I don't even know what to call you anymore. I'm not even sure what your name is. Darth Dawkins has called you so many names that I don't know which one to use.
Now you believe me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Finally. He's watching this video. Debunk me to add me on Discord, please.
He just said to add who on Discord?
Sorry, were you speaking with me?
Oh yes. I'm on Discord, so
you wanted me to add you?
Yes. Let me go and add you, okay?
You wanted me to add you to my Discord?
Yes, I'm adding you to Discord right now. Because I got something to show you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, go on.
Okay, that's fine.
Darth Dawkins is watching this video, so what you need to address him, let him know he's watching all four of us right now.
Well, we just left off by talking about how much of a liar he is, but go ahead, Sidney. Continue, please.
Oh, I have absolutely no idea where we left off. So between the two of you, you know a lot more than I. Raz, you're back. He just said that you are not a long-time friend of his. In fact, I'm going to present this again. Because this contradicts everything that you said. Hold on a sec. All right. So now I'll read it again, okay, for you, because you just came in. There is another user who has gone by the name Tomed and Eve. Are you Tomed and Eve, Raz?
Yes, that's me.
Okay, so she's a weirdo and has claimed to be a longtime friend of mine, which is a lie. Is that true?
No. I've been his friend for 11 years. I've known him since 2010, back in January, when Yahoo Chat closed down.
Yeah.
Was the time I met him.
Okay, then he says she now did a video.
Do you have any old video? I'm sorry. I wanted to know, Rez, do you have any old videos of him?
Do I have any videos of him?
From that time when you first started chatting with him.
Of Evolution Falls? Unless... I think I... Maybe there's...
He started as Evolution Falls, didn't he?
Yes. There's still videos of him.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. No, but I mean you. Do you
Oh,
have
no,
any
no, no, no.
videos, saved? Okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, I didn't record him.
Okay, then he says, she now did a video fabricating a story about my personal life. Which part was the fabrication, Raz? About
his personal.
Yeah, he says that you did a video fabricating a story about his personal life. So the story was that your friend and dating Darth Dawkins. That story, I think.
Yeah, this conversation happened years ago.
Okay.
I had a friend that met him in real life.
So that's not really a fabrication.
No, it happened.
Okay. And then he says that you are friends with Angstrike. Is this true? Are you friends with Jack Angstrike?
I've known him. I met him on Power Talk years ago, long ago. I met him on years ago.
So you're friends with him by association. You're an atheist, he's an atheist, therefore you're friends.
He's an acquaintance. I am an acquaintance to him.
No, Darth Dawkins is saying that every atheist is a friend of each other because they're atheists.
That's not true because...
Of course it's not true. Of course it's not true.
I'm not his friend. We weren't friends.
Okay, then he says about you, Raz, she should be banned when she shows up again. Banned. Not just muted, banned. These atheists... then he says this video is completely false. Completely false. Is anything in there completely false? Raz?
I spoke as it is during that time years ago because those videos that these videos that you posted of me or the recordings of me happened years ago. It happened long ago. So at that time I was just
but the video itself
telling what happened.
Right, exactly. So they're not completely
what
false.
Was going on.
They can't be completely false because, like you say, it was years ago, and he's claiming that it's completely false just to stop his fame from plummeting into infamy.
Now, can you show this again to the men so that people can read it?
Which one?
The next message.
The next message. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, could.
Although I think we've seen this one before, but it's always
yeah, okay.
Seeing it again.
Okay.
There you go. You can read it if you like.
That's for me. He sent me this.
This is right. So basically, you've got a choice. You're either mentally ill or pure evil. Which one is it?
Well, I said it. It's both. Actually, it's both. I say I'm pure evil. As what he said, that atheists are evil.
He says it all the time.
Pure evil. I say it's actually both for me. So it's actually both.
Raz, do you remember? Do you remember the talk show that one of his family members was on? Wasn't there some talk show that happened, or?
Carol Snow Milne.
Oh, that I remember. Sidney, do you remember it? Daniel, do you remember
it? I remember it.
Yeah, we all remember it. We were there.
Sidney recorded it.
I didn't record it. I was given a recording of it.
Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you have a video on your channel about it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But I didn't record it.
Okay. Okay.
And did you watch? So we all watched the video, right? Like you did, Daniel,
did.
Well, I've seen a snippet of it.
A snippet, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I have not seen the entire video, but
it's very revealing about.
But Sidney, there's one question that I want to ask you about that, just to get your opinion.
Sure.
Because I watched the entire video. You know, you posted the entire video,
Yes.
which was maybe about 45 minutes long. Okay, and I watched the whole thing.
Right.
Now, when you watch where Carol, she's there's 4 ladies, and they watch the video first, and then after they watch the video, they are making remarks about that particular situation.
Okay.
And when Carol, she starts to talk about her situation. Now, to me, I'm just telling you what I think. This is my opinion, because when I listen to her, when she's talking about the STDs, she's talking about the lady in the video. She's not talking about Gary. She's talking about the video that she just watched where the lady was concerned about the STDs. So that's, from watching it, that's what my opinion is.
Okay, I have a
So I
response
just
to
thought
that. Sure.
I'd let you know what
I have a response.
what is your
to
take on that?
My take on that is that they were watching a video of what happened to all of them. The situation that they watched was exactly the situation that all 3 of those ladies had suffered. Okay, so when the actor said you had unprotected sex, that covered the 3 guests. All 3 of them, their husbands ran away and had unprotected sex with a human being. I don't know, male or female, whatever. So that was the clue. So when you say that Carol Milne was not responding to her own situation, but to the actor's situation, she actually was responding to her own situation, and that's the way I see it.
Okay, I just wanted to get your take on it.
I agree with that, by the way.
Right. That's what happened.
Because you did do a video posing that exact
I did a
same
couple
question.
videos. I did a video. The first one was last year, I think I did, where I made a video but I had only seen the clip, which was the one where Carol was speaking, and I only saw that particular maybe 30-second or 45-second where she was talking. So when I did my first video, I was very careful not to accuse him of STDs. I just said, in my video that I put out, I said I can understand why he would be very concerned if people heard Carol speaking. He would be very concerned about the allegations.
But
so that's what I said in the first video.
In the short video that I made, I even emphasized the unprotected sex part of the beginning. Remember, unprotected sex, and then she says it's a big problem. Unprotected sex, a big problem. So I
understand. I understand. But
Okay.
let me ask you another question, because I noticed in one of the last videos you did recently, it was in the last maybe 3 or 4 days, and you, on the title of the video, you talked about you didn't say STDs, you said herpes.
Yes.
So I'm just curious, how did you know that it was herpes versus some other form of STD?
Well, pick an STD.
Right.
I just figured herpes because
Okay, I was
herpes
just curious.
seems to be the one that I don't know. I hear more about. People seem to get more. It's more spoken about. It's just a word that popped in when like gonorrhea wouldn't have popped into my head or anything like that. But who knows? Maybe it was.
Okay, so you did say that, but you're just saying that it's the most likely one, but you are admitting that you don't know factually. You don't know.
I don't.
Well, it is statistically speaking the most likely one, as far as I know. So
Exactly. Yeah. It's the one that pops into your head, which is probably the most likely one, right?
yeah.
Okay, then. Now going back to what I was saying earlier, the second video, the one that I did recently, that was the one where I watched the whole video of the the black ladies. I watched the whole thing, and then that's where I made the comment that just like I just told you, my take was that when Carol was speaking, she was not speaking about her own personal situation. She was She was talking about the lady in the video. But
Yeah.
that was the same thing that I just told you earlier.
Right, right. But then my perspective is one of having watched that video many, many times, certainly while I was
Yeah.
doing the editing, right? And when you watch something over and over and over again, things start to a pattern starts to creep out that that I didn't see if I'd have watched it just once.
Right.
So that's kind of where I got my that kind of just sort of reading between the lines is what I was presenting to you guys. Do you have another question, Raz?
Now, do you believe me? I mean, I've been telling you that he's watching your videos because I'm here. If I'm here, he's watching it.
Really? Is he so?
Yes.
Is he so obsessed with you or something?
Yes, he is. Very much.
So okay. So if he's obsessed with you, then he's either obsessed with mentally ill people or pure evil.
I see both. I see both.
Raz, do you mind? I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask you a question. It doesn't have anything to do with what we're speaking about, but I'm just curious. Are you Filipino or Latino? I'm just curious.
Oh, my family, they're from Bangkok and they're Thai.
Oh, okay.
They're from Bangkok.
Okay, I was
yeah,
just
Thai.
curious.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks.
And I was born in New York. I was born in New York, so I grew up in the States.
She's a Yankee.
Yeah. Okay.
And I did add you on Discord because apparently...
Okay, which server did you add me to?
No. I mean, I added you to my Discord, you know.
Like a friend? Your friend list?
Like a friend list. Buddy list. Yes.
Triple D, DDD. When did Darth come on your radar, if I may ask?
Sorry, I had to step away for a second. Yeah, okay.
DDD, I had a question for you.
Okay.
When did Darth come on your radar?
Approximately the same time that I started my website, which was probably it's between 2.5 to 3 years ago, somewhere in that time frame.
And where did you first hear him? Was it live? Was it a video? Was it recording? Or
I had first heard him, I believe it was on YouTube, and then once I heard him on YouTube, I noticed that they were talking about Discord, so I got into the same server as him, and so that. But initially, I think it was YouTube. I saw some of the videos of him speaking.
And what was it about your having heard him that prompted the response you had, which was to make? I think you had made a website debunking him.
Right.
What was it about
Right.
him? What was it about what he said? What?
Well, I did. When I first started listening to him, I noticed. After watching several of his videos, excuse me, I noticed some of the inconsistencies. I compared conversations where he would say something which was either an inconsistency or a contradiction. So that's when I started thinking, well, I'm seeing a lot of errors. So I want to go ahead and start making a website to show these inconsistencies. So that's what prompted me to do the website.
And thus far, you've had no one-on-one interaction with him. I know there was a time when you were both on the same server, and there were certain preconditions that you had that before you would engage him. I think it's a Tom Rabbit video.
Okay. Okay. The first one-on-one confrontation I had with him was I was in the text area of a live stream. It was a YouTube live stream. I was not in the audio area. I was in the text area. This was on Jungle Jargon's channel, YouTube channel. And I was listening to him, and I started making text messages, typing, text messages into the text area. And then that's where he noticed that I was typing text messages. So that was the first time. And well, to make a long story short, he convinced Jungle Jargon to bump me out of that text area. So I was bumped out. And then the second time I was on Smoky Saints live stream. And then that's where Darth came into the live stream. And that's where he challenged me to a debate. Now, I'm a person, if I'm going to do a debate, first of all, I want to know ahead of time so that I can get my notes together and be prepared. That's the kind of person I am. I want to know, tell me the date, give me the date and the time, give me a little heads up so that so that I myself will know that I'm going to have a debate. So when he came in, he was trying to get me into his script, which I did not let him do. And now here's the funny thing. Okay, and that where he was talking with me in Smoky Saints chat, he left because he saw that I was not going to go into a script. So he left deliberately, So then after he left, he went into his server and he told the people in his server that I ran from him like a cockroach. Now, explain that to me. How is it that I was kicked out of one server and he left on his own initiative in the other server, and then he tells people that I ran from him like a cockroach? That's what I'm saying. This guy is a liar of biblical proportions.
And can I clear something up about Darth Dawkins with me? I want to say, okay, I would say besides obsession, like if he's obsessed with me, can I answer something? I think it's more like he's concerned of me. He's very concerned of me, and I'm on his radar. I'm on his radar, so he's gonna keep his eyes on me. He's gonna lurk, and he's keeping his eyes on me.
So let me ask you, Rez, so you were, for the most part, for years, you were basically in good terms, you were on good terms with him. Do you still consider yourself to be on good terms with him right now? Or has he more or less, rejected you because of you speaking with Sidney, or, whatever the case may be? Are you still on good terms with him?
On my part, I'm on good terms with him. He is accusing me of making videos of him and uploading it on Sidney Winston website. And on my part, I did not do that. Those recordings were from years ago. Yeah, they're from so long ago. Sidney Winston decided to upload it. So.
Okay. So you personally have not uploaded any videos?
No, not myself.
Correct?
None.
Okay. Yeah, don't worry. He accuses a lot of people of doing different things. So, Rez, don't worry about it. Just don't be concerned, because that's nothing new. Okay, that's his MO. So don't worry.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then basically, because why he left PNR, okay, there's a lot of talk that we know why he left, okay? It was me and Sidney Winston. Why? I know that, okay, I know you're in T-Jump server. I know the rebel-based T-Jump server. All those atheists are getting credit for him leaving politics and religion server. That's not them. It's not because of them. Darth came to me, let me know why he's leaving it, because of the videos, because of Sidney and me. was the main reason why he left politics and religion server. It's not because of T-Jump server, T-Jump's atheists. It's not because of those men. It's not because of those rebel base. None whatsoever. I know they are getting the credit for getting Darth Dawkins to leave, but it's not because of them. It's because of me and Sidney, because of those videos being uploaded. The videos of me being uploaded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Rez, and congratulations, Sidney. Thank you for that.
We waited 11 years.
I don't think.
Sidney waited. Go on.
I don't think I had anything to do with him leaving the politics and religion server at all, personally.
Well, he's blaming me. He's putting all the fingers at me. He's blaming me, east, west, south, north. He's putting all the blames on me.
Well, he's an idiot then, because it doesn't make sense. I'm going to put your the message that he sent to you up on the screen so the YouTubers can see.
Yeah, he's putting the blame on me. I didn't make those videos. Those videos were from the past, from years ago. They're from so long ago.
Right.
So he's blaming me that I'm making these videos of him, which is not true. And did I conspire with atheists in T-Jump server or in Rebel Base? No, I didn't. I did not conspire with any atheists.
Raz, is it true that you were...
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yes, go on, please.
Raz, is it true that you were, while Darth's mistress was confronting Darth's wife, is it true that you were you heard what was happening?
Yeah, I was there when the whole scenario.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was there. I witnessed it through.
What? Wow.
That's a boner.
Well,
I was there. I was there when it happened. I was there during the divorce. I witnessed it all firsthand.
So the kids were there too. The kids were present while the mistress was confronting his wife.
From what I remember is he was going through a divorce. He was separated. So would that be okay if he was going through a divorce process? Still married, but just going through a divorce. Or separated.
Why would somebody going through a divorce... You know how he hates women, right? Why would somebody be going through a divorce, be having an affair, and then coming back and then having a divorce, and then talking about women the way he talks about women now? You know, that man is pure evil. Pure evil.
He is.
You know what's really funny? He made a statement. I did a video on this, I think, last year, but he had once made a statement. I'm paraphrasing, but he said something about women. He said, how women are always, they're being dominated by males, in the animal kingdom. He said some kind of a statement like that. But actually, if you look at the animal kingdom, there are many cases where the females are dominant. In fact, there are many cases where the females have more testosterone than the males.
Right.
You mean they have deeper voices?
Well, they have more testosterone. I don't know about voices, but I haven't spoken with any of them. Let me put it that way.
Is anyone
one
else?
Of the examples, I think, was the hyena.
Is
Go
anyone
ahead.
else?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is anyone else of the opinion that Darth demonstrates homosexual inclinations? There's something homoerotic and avuncular about his. Does anyone get that?
Well,
I'm not going to touch that one.
I'll dive right in. This person, this character, Darth Dawkins, is a projectionist, and I don't mean a projectionist in the theaters and the movies. He projects his own darkness onto everybody else. So when he projects that he hates the trans and he hates the gay and this and that and the other, what he's doing is he's showing you the insides of his dark, evil mind. Because he's obviously thinking about it. Nobody thinks about it if it's not an issue. If it's an issue because he's confused, he's in denial about his narcissism, why wouldn't he be in denial about his homosexuality or whatever else he's suffering from in that area?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. So you do feel that way about him? Okay.
Yes, absolutely. I totally agree with Daniel.
And what about you, Darth Dawkins debunked?
No, I don't really wanna. I don't like to speculate, on things. If I don't have some kind of something, background information, I don't really like to remark about that. So I wouldn't really have anything to say about that.
Fair enough.
But now I will say this: we have to give him credit, because when you watch him as he interacts with atheists or unbelievers, you notice right away how Christ-like he is. I mean, you would think that you are listening to Christ. Yes. You see how polite he is and how kind he is.
Yes.
And of course, he's got a biblical license to do it. He refers to Paul, how Paul spoke with people on Mars Hill. He refers to Jesus, and he also refers to Stephen. So he's got a biblical license to treat people like shit. But of course, we all know that he's just very kind and polite,
Yeah, I think that about sums him up. Kind, polite, generous, mild-mannered. Cares for the well-being of others.
Mild-mannered.
And he always... And I think I was saying earlier, Sidney, the video that you did, or not the one you did, but the one that you have on your channel, which is the one about the hangout. That's what I pointed out earlier. You can see his demeanor, how much his demeanor has changed
that was
through the years.
That's right. Yes. That were the days when hangouts were just open, right? So that was a 5 or 6 hour hangout that I have there, and people were in and out all day. And so was he. And yes, you're right. He was very easy to get along with. And because I think it was when the platform was still very new. So he hadn't figured out that we all, that we absolutely know that God is impossible. It was before those times.
But that was his hangout, right? That was his room at the time, correct?
I don't think, I don't know. I don't even think there was such a thing as room ownership. Unless somebody told you who owned the room, you never knew.
I was just curious.
Yeah, that was in the good old days when we all behaved ourselves because we were used to behaving ourselves, until we all figured out, hey, you don't have to behave yourself. But you could blame Google for that.
So has his behavior over time changed? And if so,
it has changed.
In what way and in what severity? So if you could just start from the beginning, because my perspective is of someone that has known, he's been on my radar for maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
What is the perspective of someone that's like Sidney, who's been who's known about him for like 8 years? How has he changed, and in what ways?
Well, he used to be like DDD was saying. He used to be part of the hangout crowd. We'd go in the rooms, we'd chat, we'd laugh. You know, we'd disagree, we'd agree, blah 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 blah. And now he is he's a raving lunatic. He's a rage factory. That's what he is. I don't know what happened. But he used to.
Well, let me.
Go ahead.
So
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The difference is that stark. I mean, this was a man that you could have a conversation with, and who was.
Yes.
Wow, that's scary.
Yeah. So this is something that has evolved. It's evolved over time because this is the result. Exactly. I mean, he is his own best witness, because when you look at the earlier videos, they were real conversations. But now, show me a real conversation now. You don't see it. You see suppression, suppression, suppression. That's all you see.
I actually talked to him about this. Me and him had a talk about what happened, and Darth told me, he said to me that over the years he has changed because he lost patience to the unbelievers, to the atheists. He lost his patience. He no longer has patience. He told me this directly in voice, and he let me know why he's like this. So yeah, he no longer has the patience for them. That's why he's acting this way.
Right. Yeah, I completely understand that, that he would be influenced by the people that he is, actually engaging with. This is how it has affected him to where he doesn't have any patience anymore. So I can fully understand that. I don't have any problem with that, but at least here's the thing that I think about that. Don't tell people that you're going to have a conversation with them. Don't use that word conversation. You should switch it to interrogation. Don't say you're going to have a conversation with someone and then invite them in and then question them, machine gun question them over and over. You constantly overtalk them. You constantly interrupt them. You constantly suppress what they have to say. And then you turn around and say, oh, well, look, we couldn't have a conversation. That's the thing I'm talking about. Don't say you're going to have a conversation with someone in those terms, because that is not a healthy environment to have a conversation.
It's also
in his Discord server.
It's also a lie.
It's also a lie.
In his Discord server, what?
In his Discord server, he whenever he bans or mutes someone, a lot of times he'll say, well, I was just trying to have a conversation with him. No, you weren't. You were suppressing him.
Have you ever heard the one where he said, just before he bans somebody, he goes, well, have it your way. And then he bans them.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. I know.
Enjoy the duct tape.
That's funny.
Get away from the bomb. Back away from the bomb.
I like when he asks someone how old they are.
That's creepy. That's so fucking
Yeah,
creepy.
you're never the right age.
Yeah.
If you're young, he'll say, well, you should act older. And if you're old, he'll
Right.
say, you're acting like a kid.
Yeah.
So you're never the right age.
Exactly. That's what makes him such a pitiful sight. It's just like what he is like. It's like, I don't know, how can I analogize this guy? Can anyone analogize this guy?
He's the guy that's going around. He's like a little kid that's got a diaper, and his diaper is just full of shit. I mean, the shit is running down his legs, but he's going around the room pointing at other people, telling them how they've got a dirty diaper. And then when the people say, well, what about you? He says, no, my diaper's clean. That's a good analogy.
Any analogy that involves shit.
So he's the emperor with no clothes. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, got it.
Can I say something?
Yes,
Go on,
please. Go ahead.
No.
Raz,
No, you go on.
No, it's your turn.
I mean, because I have defended him before on stage with Darth Dawkins Debunked, I added you if you know who I am over on Discord. If you can remember me, I go by Eve Sade. I just want to, I just want to say something about knowing Darth. He does have a heart. I've been on that side of his heart. He does have love. He does have compassion. During my hardest time in life, during those years, he was there for me. He was a friend. He stood by me during my difficult times in life. So there is a good to him. He does have a good side. He does have a loving side. He does have that passionate compassion side to him. So I just want to say that. And then also to come to think, did he really cheated on his wife? I personally, to come think again, I don't really think he cheated on his wife. I don't think she was would be called mistress, because I know from that time he was going through a divorce. Divorce. Like, he was separated, going through a divorce.
So why you call her mistress? Why don't you call her a friend?
Okay, we can call the girlfriend then. Girlfriend.
Yeah, if he didn't cheat, then she's just a friend, a shoulder to cry on, as it were.
No, I mean, she dated him. During
he
the
was
time
married.
he was.
I mean, the bottom line is that he was in fact married. So
Okay, then mistress. Then let's say mistress.
So they had
because
sex.
He was still married, but he was going through a divorce.
So they did have sex with his.
Dating.
Hold on a second. Yes, but he had sex with his mistress.
Sidney, how do you know that? I mean, Rez was not there watching him.
No, I understand that, but
Come on.
But if
Sidney has a
Sidney
has a video of Sidney has a very graphic video of Darth and
the mistress.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
I had the camera.
A very feathery situation.
I had the camera placed perfectly and I caught their faces and all the positions and the movements and everything. But it's on my Patreon tier 12.
that turkey video with the one turkey dominating the other turkey.
Oh,
So yeah, I remember that.
Oh God!
Of the turkey mating.
Yeah.
Wait, who's running back? Hello, running backwards. Please come.
Oh, welcome, running backwards.
Hello. Oh.
There you go. I can hear you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hello there.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to pop in and say, or ask a question. Do you think heterosexual people can be homophobic?
That's a very kind of a broad question. Anybody can be anything.
Okay. The reason I'm asking it is because you often hear when someone's homophobic, you hear people say, "Oh, they must be secretly gay," which I don't ascribe to. I think you can be heterosexual and homophobic.
And keeping it, in other words,
right.
Okay, I'm not quite sure what you're getting at, because what we're talking about are people that are outspokenly and vehemently homophobic, but inside they really are just scared of their own homosexuality. They're denying it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and it's covered by this Christian dogma, which fucks the whole thinking up.
Yeah, but it's a little bit difficult, isn't it? Because then you're basically saying, oh, only people that are secretly homosexual can be rampantly homophobic. And I think that's a very difficult position to take.
No, I'm not saying that at all, but it certainly makes sense that they are.
No. Sorry, when I'm saying you, I'm just using it generically.
Of course. Okay, well, I'm answering generically, I suppose.
Sure. Yeah, I was just listening to the Hangout on YouTube, and I thought, yeah, it bothers me when people say that these days. Not because you can't.
Well, how long have you been listening to Darth Dawkins on?
Oh, it was a long time.
Long
a
time.
long time.
Right.
Yeah.
And you notice the way he treats people who he deems as unbiblical, trans people, homosexual people, women, etc., etc. He treats them all as the Bible says to treat them.
Oh no, I'm not here to defend Darth by any means. He's a dickhead.
Yeah, but you don't think that he's a repressive homosexual? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think you can just say that because somebody is homophobic that even if they're strongly homophobic, I don't think you can automatically assume that they are a closeted homosexual. That's all I'm saying.
Then why does he mention it so many times? You've been watching him for years and years, you say. And you know how many times he goes on about homosexuals. Why? Why would you say that?
But I know people like that in my. So I'm an atheist now, but I grew up in a Christian church, and I still have Christian family, and I know people who are very rampantly homophobic. Sorry, that was a Freudian slip, and who aren't homosexual. I mean, but this is the problem, isn't it? Because you say somebody is not a closeted homosexual. How do you prove that either way?
Well, it's not a matter of proving it. It's a matter of asking the question, why does he keep on bringing it up all the time?
But if you grow up in a Christian church, you are brought up to be very, very vehemently homophobic. My mother-in-law is a good example.
Yeah, but she doesn't go preaching it on the internet, does she?
She says it to all her friends. I mean, she doesn't use the internet because she's in her 80s, late 80s. But when she's with friends, she's very homophobic, or when she's with the family, she's very homophobic.
Well, the family will agree with her, and so do her friends.
Oh, not necessarily. My nephew's gay, so the family doesn't necessarily agree with that.
So they have big arguments over the dinner table about it?
Well, it's sort of one of these things where it's mentioned and everyone goes, well, how about those bears?
Right. You see, that's the problem. That specifically is the problem. The sweeping it under the rug attitude, or
yeah, I'm not here to defend that. I'm in here talking about whether everybody who's vehemently
I don't know about
it.
I don't know about everybody, but we're specifically discussing a character who goes by the name of Darth Dawkins, who displays all the characteristics, in my view, of being a repressed homosexual.
But can I ask how that would be different from somebody who is heterosexual and vehemently homophobic?
Well, he has obviously he's battling homosexual desires, which is what a lot of Christians do, like G-Man.
But how do you know this unless you've spoken with somebody who knows him that well? I mean, you can guess all you like, and I'm not saying you can't guess, obviously. I'm just challenging it because
I understand, but I can take all the Christians that I've listened to, and their whole combined psychology, and then I'll apply it to Darth Dawkins, and I get the conclusion, I'll come to the conclusion that Darth Dawkins has a problem with homosexuals. And then, he has a problem with homosexuals, and then you got to wonder, why would anybody specifically have a problem with homosexuals? Like,
but he has problems with atheists too. And you wouldn't say he's a secret atheist.
But homosexuals isn't a status. People are people. Each person is an individual. Homosexual, this, that, doesn't matter. So, how can you possibly say I have a problem with homosexuals? It's like saying I have a problem with Native Indians. I have a problem with Italians.
Yeah, but if you have a problem with Native Indians and you're not a Native Indian, you're not a secret Native Indian. That's my point.
Right, but if I say I have a problem with Native Indians, Italians, I have a problem with Greeks, I have a problem, whatever. I have a problem with homosexuals.
Yeah, then you're a racist.
Right, I have a problem with homosexuals. That makes me a racist as well. It doesn't make sense to say heterosexual people can be homophobic as well. So what? Show me one who's who's so homophobic that he goes on the internet all day, all night, and rails against homosexuality.
He doesn't do that 100% of the time, if that's what you're trying to say.
Oh, yes, he does.
No, I mean, he talks about a lot of stuff.
Any opportunity he can get.
Yeah, no, you haven't understood what I meant there.
Sorry.
So,
I apologize. Try again. I'm sorry for misunderstanding.
I'm not saying he doesn't rail about homosexual people or particularly trans people every opportunity he has. All I was saying was that he talks about a lot of other stuff as well.
He talks at a lot of people about the same stuff all the time.
Yeah, sorry. Well, you I didn't use the exact right words to express that, but I think
okay.
You know,
he's very complex to. He's not that complex, but he's
not complex.
He has a lot of layers.
Yeah. He spent a lot of time doing what he does. I can't believe how much time he spends online, to be honest.
How much time does he spend online?
Oh, God. It must be hours. Because you hear him go off and get stuff to eat and then come back and chew while he's talking.
He reminds me He reminds me of Rob Beasley. Did you ever remember Rob Beasley? Australian guy?
Haven't had the privilege.
Oh, okay. Well, on my channel, if you go, I think I have a Rob Beasley playlist. But
okay,
anyway,
I'll go check it out.
Yeah. Besides the point, though. So
yeah.
So he's on the internet all day. He takes short breaks to go eat.
I think he only goes off to walk his dog. I think he eats while he's still chatting because you can hear him chewing all the time.
Wow.
I mean, I'm just supposing that, so I'm doing what I said other people were doing, but so I'll withdraw that. I'll withdraw that.
It's okay.
He pops off to do stuff, but it could be going to the toilet or helping his mummy with the groceries or whatever it is.
So
I've been watching all this stuff with his ex-wife too. That's been fascinating.
Are you an ex-wife of anybody? Are you anybody's ex-wife? Are you anybody's ex-wife?
No. I've been married for 32 years.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. But we decided to stay faithful. We didn't go running off and having affairs with people.
You evil atheists! How dare you?
I know. And you know what else? I rape and murder exactly as much as I want to.
I do as well. In fact, I do way less than I want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to at all.
So. And I have to say I've never sacrificed a baby either. So I really shouldn't be in the atheist club.
Oh, come on. Are you saying you've never spit or swallowed? Don't lie to me.
Anyway, I'm enjoying the hangout.
Okay.
I'll let you keep talking.
How about them bears?
How about them bears?
How about them bears? That's it.
Thanks for joining. Oh, that's funny. Well, do you think she has made it? She makes a good point.
Well, I will jump in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were talking about how long Darth has been, how many years that he's been doing this.
Yeah.
And, well, that's another thing I'd like to talk about because he has accused me, he says in one of the text messages, he told me that I need to get a life. Now, this is coming from a guy that admitted that he's been online speaking with hundreds, if not thousands, of atheists. And I've been online less than 3 years, and did a one-on-one conversation with less than 20 people in the whole time that I've been online. But I'm the one that needs to get a life.
Of course. He's never wrong.
His primary criticism of you, DDD, seems to be, he's very dismissive of you, by the way, extraordinarily so. And it seems that his primary criticism of you is that you're a wacko, a nut, like a nutcase. I mean, this is what he says.
A moron.
Yeah,
a moron.
See,
that's what he's insulted.
More projection. Yeah. He's a nutcase. He's a moron, and he's projecting that.
Well, another thing I thought was funny is how he I want to say how he perceives certain things. For example, he had a conversation, you know, the one with Smokey Saint, but before he had that conversation, he sent Smokey Saint what it was equivalent of over 30 pages of material that he asked Smokey Saint to look at before they had their debate, which never happened.
Yeah.
But it was over. I think it was 32 or 33 pages. Now, okay, so that was just something that he wanted Smokey Saint to peruse through. That's the word he used, peruse. But with me, I sent him a 5-page PDF, and it was like I had sent him the Encyclopedia Britannica. But here he is sending Smokey Saint over 30 pages of information. You see what I mean? So that's how he perceives things. He plays the up-down card. With me, he played the up card. But with Smokey Saint, he played the down card.
So are you saying that Smokey Saint and Darth Dawkins are on good terms, talking to each other, and are of the same mind?
Before they were, because they actually had a conversation together which was over an hour long. It was like an hour and a half. So they did have a conversation with each other. But then what happened was that after that particular conversation, Darth went into his server. This was maybe 3 days after they had a perfectly civil conversation, which was like an hour and a half long. And Darth went into his server and he called Smokey Saint a nutbag and a moron. So he was calling him names. This was after a perfectly civil conversation. So that's what started it all, the split between these two. That was what happened.
And Darth
because I had actually heard him when he said that. I had actually, Darth definitely started the name calling because when I heard that, I went back to Smokey Saint and I said, "Hey, Smokey, have you heard anything from Darth within the last 3 days?" And he said, "No." "So you didn't hear him what he said last night?" And Smokey Saint said, "No, what happened?" So Smokey Saint was completely unaware of what took place. And then when I told him about what happened, that's when he did a rebuttal video, which really actually was not a rebuttal. It just showed, it was like a 1-minute video, and it showed how, I think he entitled it, Smokey and Darth give their opinions of each other. And then he played the clip where Darth had called him a moron and a nutbag, and then he played his own clip where he gave Darth credit. He said he's actually a very intelligent person. So, but that's what started it all, the split between those two. But the point I was trying to make earlier is how he perceives things. He was sending Smokey Saint 30 pages to look at, and that was not a problem. That was just something that would be, like something that you could peruse through. But when I sent him 5 pages, it was like I'd sent him the whole library. You see what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
That's the point I'm trying to make. He plays the up card, down card.
He's a hypocrite. He's a total hypocrite.
Yeah, I recall that being one of the conditions that you had set, was that he was to read a certain he was to read something before you would engage him, and he didn't read it, by the way. So I do know that.
Well, no, he did read it. No, he did read it. He lied about that. He did read it because there's only one way he could have known about some of the things in the PDF. He would have had to have read it, or at least somebody else would have had to have read it for him. But I think I even heard where he said that he did read that PDF. But that's another thing, is that that particular PDF, when I sent him the PDF, the very first night that I sent it to him, the day afterwards, that's when he blocked me. He blocked me in Discord so that I could not send him any more, messages. So to me, I think it was because he didn't like what I had sent him. That I could understand why maybe somebody would block you if you were harassing them or doing something like that. But just to block me only because I had sent him a PDF, I mean, come on. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And then he said, this was again, he went back into his server and he lied and told people in his server that I requested that he sign that PDF. But nowhere in the PDF did I ask him to sign it. I'd never said anything about signing anything. So that was another lie. So Darth Dawkins, if you're listening, like I said before, you are a liar of biblical proportions.
What is like? How big a lie is a biblical proportionate lie? Biblical is a lie that's biblically proportional. Raz.
Yes, I want to say congratulations for all three of you for the takedown of Darth Dawkins.
Thank you.
Congratulations and welcome on my part. And yeah.
Thank you for your part too, Raz.
But I don't understand how. I don't really understand how I would have been other than the excuse me, other than yeah, but why would he leave a server just because other people were speaking about him? Because people have always spoke about him, so I don't see the connection between me personally. You know, I don't see anything that I have did that would prompt him or motivate him to leave a server that he basically, you know, he has mod powers over. He's basically, you know, he can do whatever he wants in that server. So I just don't understand the connection between anything I've did and him leaving that server.
I'm back. Okay, I do understand what you mean, but because you're here with me, and I do know that coming from him directly, the videos of me that was uploaded by Sidney Winston did a lot. It was damning evidence. It was damning videos. Or, well, I would say evidence as in more of the videos that came out that were released from me really disturbed him. It disturbed him. He lost sleep over it.
But why?
He's on edge.
Why would that disturb him if it's all a lie?
No, he doesn't felt he felt that these videos were very disturbing. It really disturbed his peace.
But you know, nobody watches my videos. Come on. Tell him.
Look at all the views you had.
Nah, a couple of views. That's it.
No, that's a lot. Look at the views that you uploaded of my recordings, of my recording videos. That's a lot.
I haven't seen.
731 views, and the other one is 581 views.
Really?
When was the last? Mm-hmm.
Wow. See, I had enough time to follow the statistics. I just have time to create content.
So you got a lot of views.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for
taking. And Daniel, nice meeting you. Nice for your feedback. And Darth Dawkins.
You're most welcome.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Raz, before you go, you're not leaving, are you?
Yeah. Yes, I'm getting ready to sign out.
Oh, okay.
On our website, and there is a little.
Are you talking to us, DDD?
Yeah, I want to know.
No, sorry, I was.
Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Raz.
Oh, you can call me Eve. I want to know about the petition. Has it been circulating? Because I've been circulating it too. Like I saw it being posted in certain servers.
I want to
get there are 74 people right now that have signed up. 74 as of a few minutes ago.
Well, there's a claim that Darth Dawkins.
So it needs to get.
Sorry, carry on.
It needs to get to 100 before it actually goes through. So we need 26 more.
I saw it being posted in like T-Jump server. I saw it being posted on other servers too. So it's been circulating on Hangouts. I saw it on Hangouts. I even saw it on Facebook. I saw it on Facebook. I saw it on
That's
Discord.
right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. I put it on.
I still need
I put it on Facebook. Go ahead, Sidney. Go ahead.
I just need a confirmation that Darth Dawkins has left the politics and religion server on Discord, because I don't have a confirmation other than you, Eve. You're the first person that said that, and no one else has confirmed it.
Go in politics and server. Well, a lot of people that were banned, many atheists and non-believers.
I'm banned.
Well, there's many people that were banned. Many of them, as of those who were banned, including me recently because of those videos, many of us who were banned are now unbanned. If you ask the admins to return
Well,
their...
be honest, I don't use Discord, so it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, he is officially gone. He sent me he sent me that PM. He was so mad. He's blaming me.
Blaming you for what?
For making him leaving politics and religion server. He think it was me, the mastermind, who conspired with Rebel Base and whose friend was Jack Anstrike, who is a very evil person and mentally ill, did all of this to cause him to leave.
Who's Rebel Base? I don't know that name.
Rebel Base is the group of the atheists. Mm-hmm. We'll go on.
Okay. There's an old saying. It says, if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. And that's exactly what he did. He couldn't take the heat, so he got out of the kitchen.
Well, Darth, come on in here. This is a much cooler place.
Okay, how do I get to the jam board? I missed your message.
There's a chat icon you can click. It's got a little blue dot on it, probably. It depends. If you're on your phone, it's kind of more difficult. If you're
there's on your screen. If you see 3 little white dots, if you click on that, it said open a jam. It shows whiteboard, and then you just click on there where it said open a jam, and then I can see the one that he just sent. I can see that it's on there right now.
So I have to install Jamboard first, right? I don't have it on my phone.
I don't.
Yeah.
What is it?
I'm not sure. I've never used it, but I just see the option. When you click on those 3 little white dots down on the bottom of the screen, you can see that there's an option to go to that. But I've never used it, so
it says access denied.
I'm not really sure.
It says access denied. It's a link to a Google Drive which you have no access to. So.
Oh, okay.
And he left anyway. So he's probably.
But Rez,
he might have just got disconnected.
Rez, what I wanted to say before you go is, remember, he is saying that that's the reason why he left is because of you and Sidney, but remember, him leaving is something that he did on his own. That was something that he ultimately had to make a decision about. There was nothing that said he had to leave or that he was forced to leave. So he ultimately made that decision on his own. So I wouldn't even let it, number one, I don't believe that is actually something that he could blame you for him leaving. That's something that he did by his own initiative. He didn't have to leave, but he did.
He doesn't care about the politics and religion server. He doesn't care about anything or anyone. So if he's getting the heat from politics and religion, then he says, fuck you. He goes somewhere else. And like I said before, he makes his demands. If he gets them met, because he's very tempestuous. He's a tempestuous child. So he gets his demands, and then the server gets its
starts another
viewership.
server.
Yes, of course, and so it's a cyclical thing.
Yeah, he just starts another server.
Yeah. Oh no, he doesn't start another one because he kicks everybody, like the Reformation server. No one can go in there except for his acolytes.
Well,
That's it.
I mean, maybe he doesn't personally initiate it, but he at least gets mod powers over whatever server that he goes into. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, he's well. Listen, he's very autocratic, and he demands autocracy. So we'll see what again. I'm not sure that he's left again. I don't know where Tom Rabbit's going to get his information. He's going to get his content from if Darth Dawkins has left the politics and religious server.
Well,
is it Tom
well,
Rabbit?
Let me ask you.
Go on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, isn't there a way to look at the member list? You know, when you go to the actual member list, and if he is banned, then his name's not going to be on the list. So I thought maybe that could be one way to know whether or not he's still in there.
I'm checking the list for politics and religion. He's no longer there. I'm typing it in. He's gone. He's not there anymore.
Well, I'm sure Tom Rabbit will come up with a story about that tomorrow, or even now. I don't know.
They're all talking about me in the politics and religion server. They've been talking about me in pertaining to Darth, and me.
Oh, you're in trouble because
Yeah.
the politics and religion server is now
Raz,
going to lose prestige.
Raz, is there any way that you could get me unbanned? Because I was banned from that server. Could you see if there's any way you could get me unbanned?
Okay, yeah, let me ask. Yes, I have to ask around, like,
I mean, it's not, I'm not trying to say.
Okay, yes,
Well, I didn't mean you have to do it right now.
Mm-hmm. You mean for me to
Anyone
ask
that's a mod,
Blackout?
I guess, anyone that has.
I thought everybody was unbanned.
I'm saying
Didn't she say that?
You don't have to do it right now. I'm not saying you have to do it right now. I'm just saying whenever you have the opportunity, I think you could just speak with any of the mods or anyone who is a mod, and then they could actually, if they want, if they decide, they could go ahead and get me unbanned. But I'm not trying to say that you have to stop what you're doing right now and do it. No, I'm just saying whenever you have a chance.
Yeah, because there were many atheists and non-believers who were banned, and the ban has been lifted. Maybe you can try, because all I know is that many of the bans have been lifted, like unbanned. So maybe you can try to get in and see.
Okay.
That's what I did. That's what I did.
Okay, I'm going to go into Discord and let me see if I can find the way to get back in there. Let me see.
Oh, the big test.
It'll show,
If you can get back into politics and religion, then Darth has left.
Well, somehow I got in.
I'm checking right now.
I was banned too, and I got in.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see the icon, so no, I don't see it. I would have to.
Okay,
what
let
if
me.
what if you look for it? Oh, okay. So you never got.
Okay,
unbanned.
I
okay.
am
Let
right
me try
now.
to see
Yeah, I'm
who's
looking at it
unbanned.
right now.
All right. So Darth is still in the politics and religious server.
No, I'm in there, but his name's not showing up. I don't see his name anywhere. I'm searching. I don't see him.
So did he leave on his own, or did he get banned by the owner?
He left on his own.
He had a temper tantrum, screaming, "Oh, I hope Tom Rabbit got this one, or Jefferson, or somebody."
Well, all I know, I was banned as well. I was recently banned, but because I was recently banned, after he left, I was allowed to get back in. So, I become unbanned, and then I noticed others were being unbanned too, like other atheists.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Eve. Why are you on Discord at all?
Because of the situation with Hangout.
Yeah, but that's over.
I'm still there because yes, I mean, yes, because I'm on Darth's radar. Like he's not on my radar, but I'm on his radar now. So that's why I'm there hiding. I'm scared of him. I'm like afraid of him. So I'm hiding
You're
in
afraid of
Discord.
him?
I'm hiding in the servers.
But if he's on Discord, why are you on Discord at all? If you want to hide from him.
Because it's intriguing. It's
okay.
It's intriguing. Do you agree? It's intriguing.
Absolutely. Oh, I hear you. I hear you. I agree. Yes. He's a. Do you think he's a performance artist and he's doing it for as an entertainer and just a troll?
I actually asked him that, and he answered it because I remember many others asked him as well. He said that his mission was to save these atheists, to become born again Christian, to save them, to have them see the light, the God,
But he's
the
never.
Christianity.
He's never once approached us with that message. He's yelled and screamed and all this other kind of stuff, but he's never, he's never preached nicely.
Right.
If there's such a thing. I don't know if there's such a thing to, I mean. Welcome,
Antangelo.
Welcome.
You know you're on my Facebook, Antangelo. I'm letting you know this.
There's a buzz, Antangelo. We can't hear you.
A buzz?
Yeah, like a background.
I'm tiptoeing in T-Jump server. Tiptoeing there.
Oh, T-Jump's the reason for T-Jump's a good reason to go to Discord. At least
I know, but I'm about to get banned, so I gotta tiptoe in there. I'm like tiptoeing in there.
Artangelo, have you met Eve? Raz?
You know me.
Yeah.
Do you know me?
Maybe you have another name. I don't know.
I'm Sade, and I'm like also on your Facebook.
Okay. So you are doubting about Darth's motives, his motivations?
Yes, Antangelo, you are very tight and close with Darth Dawkins. I know he's very, very concerned about me and the videos. I've been a talk of politics.
What videos?
Okay, I need to know your perspective on Darth Dawkins leaving politics and religion server. I know he let me know why he left. He was really disturbed about videos of me being uploaded on Sidney Winston YouTube. I didn't make these videos about him. These videos were recorded years ago, long ago. And these videos of me, recordings of me from years ago, are being uploaded on YouTube, on Sidney Winston channel.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. I don't know the story, the background. So.
But you should know. Darth Dawkins has left politics and religion server.
Yes, I hear that he left because supposedly someone was stalking him, and the mods of the channel didn't take provision, so he left. That's what I heard.
And also my videos. He was really disturbed by the videos.
Yeah, I don't know about your videos. I didn't hear him mention that.
Well, he came to me about it. He was really upset. Today he's so upset and he left politics.
So what is your catch with Darth Dawkins? Why are you talking about him?
Okay. My situation is my recordings was so long ago, from years ago. I was talking about Darth Dawkins to my friends. Okay. I made a mistake. Okay. It was years ago. and on my part now, and then I made a mistake for talking about him. And then my videos are now being uploaded on Sidney Winston channel. And Darth Dawkins is very upset at me. He feels that I am recently making videos about him on YouTube, which is not true. It's not true because I'm not making any videos about him recently. It's just that my past video recordings were recorded from years back.
Can I mention something? He says everything you say is a lie. So why is he so upset if it's all just a lie and he can prove it's a lie?
Well, he's upset about the videos. Because it disturbed him when you upload them.
Yes, but why are you uploading them? What is your purpose or goal?
She didn't upload
Well, you have to ask Sidney, not me. I didn't upload this. Yes, I mean, yeah, this is for Sidney to answer. But on Tangelo?
Yes, Sidney. I mean, I still don't understand what is your entire purpose of your activity. What do you try to achieve?
Well, honestly, Artangelo, there's a lot of things you don't understand. So I'm not surprised.
So can you answer my question now?
What is your question, Artangelo?
What is the purpose of your entire activity, Chief?
Your robot are there. I don't know if it's just me or anybody else, but can you repeat that?
Yeah, what do you try to achieve here on your channel?
What do I try and achieve? I just present information. I present my point of view, my perspective.
Yes, I know you are presenting information.
So I'm achieving the presentation of my perspective on my reality, I guess. I don't quite understand your question.
Well, what is your motivation, Sidney?
My motivation is to present the evidence that Christianity is a scam. That it's mythology that is being followed by people who have been caught in this web, and I still don't understand how Christianity draws people into it in any way. Based on its dogma. I just don't get it. Is it so easy? Okay. Is it the most easy religion to get into? That's why people get into Christianity rather than Islam or Judaism, because it's you actually have to show that you're serious about those religions. Whereas with Christianity, you just got to say, I'm a Christian, and then you're part of the community. You're accepted. You're loved, or loved in quotes. So that's really what my idea is. What my goal is to uncover the hypocrisy and to present the real story of how Christianity came to be, from a mythology to theology to accepted history.
Okay, so let us suppose that everything which you just claimed right now is true. Okay. So what? What is your problem with that?
On Tangelo?
No. Go ahead, Eve. Go ahead.
No. Sidney, please answer my question.
I will answer your question, but let Eve make her statement.
No, Sidney, just say it, please.
No, my answer is going to be long, so you go ahead.
No, it's fine. I'll be quiet, please.
Well, I said what I was doing with my channel, and why I have my channel. You asked me that.
Okay, so I understood everything. I understood everything which you said, and now let me suppose that everything which you just said is true. Okay.
That Christianity is a crock.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Let me suppose that everything what you just claimed right now is true. Okay. So what?
So that means that there are about 3 billion people on this planet who will realize, because Sidney Winston said so, that Christianity is a crock, and they'll all go, holy shit, Christianity is a crock, I'm done with it, I'm walking away, and then 3 billion people walk away from Christianity. Christianity is no longer a thing. Sidney Winston has changed the world for the better. That's what's going to happen.
Oh, wow. So you're basically the savior of the world, and you are the hero on the block.
Thank you. Thank you. I love what you say about me. I love it. I mean, it's not true, but thank you.
No, I'm asking you if that is basically what you expect, to be the hero on the block.
Of course not. Of course not. I'm not doing it for fame or fortune, obviously.
Yes, why are you doing it?
I'm an atheist activist, Artangelo. You know what that is?
Yeah, what is your motivation? That's what I would like to know.
My motivation is to educate the world that Christianity is a crock.
Okay, you already said that.
So, I answered your question honestly. Obviously, if I answered the same question the same way the second time, which means I wasn't lying.
No, okay, I fully understood your question. Now, again, what I don't understand is why you are doing this.
Why should you have to understand why I'm doing it? Considering I told you why I'm doing it, and you still don't understand why I'm doing it.
I understood.
Why are you
trying to convey?
Why are you so concerned? Why are you
concerned? I don't understand your motivation.
Why are you so concerned about my motivation?
Well, I would like to understand.
Why are you so concerned about it? Why would you like to understand my motivation
as opposed
to Tom Rabbit's motivation? Have you gone on Tom Rabbit's Discord and asked him what his motivation is for making the videos that he does?
Well, Sidney, it's not about me right now. It's about you.
It's about me.
So I would like to have answers from you.
I told you my motivation.
Yeah. So
call out the hypocrisy and show everybody that they are being led down a merry path of Christian dogma, which is all based on mythology.
I already got that.
There you go.
You already explained that to me.
Good enough.
I'm still not getting what you try to achieve by doing that, because you're not achieving anything.
Fine. It's not up to me to decide what I achieve. It's up to everybody who votes with their mouse and clicks on the channel to watch, or clicks onto another channel to watch. I'm just another channel, so I don't understand why you're picking on me.
Now, Sidney, let me ask you something. Could you be wrong?
No.
How do you know that?
God is impossible? I cannot be wrong.
How do you know that?
Because we don't need God. Energy, existence is eternal.
How do you know that?
Do you know what the word science means? I'll spell it for you. SCIENCE. It's called science.
Yes.
Science.
How does science lead to the conclusion that energy is eternal?
Well, there is no other possibility. That's the only choice. That's the only choice. That's it. There's no other choice.
How do you know that?
Okay, what other choice is there?
No, I'm asking you. You are making the claim there is no other choice.
Right,
how do you know that?
Right. Well, I'm asking you, what is the other choice?
No. You didn't give me an answer. How do you know that there is no other choice?
Well, give me the other choice. Tell me what it is.
No, so you are sidestepping now.
I'm not. I'm answering your question. I'm saying, why? How do you know? Hold on.
That energy must be eternal. How do you know that?
There is no other choice. There is no other status.
How do you know that?
Well, because if you can show me what the other choice is, tell me. I have no other. I have no other choice to give you.
That's your claim, and you are unable to back it up. Do you imagine how ridiculous that you sound with all these?
Are you listening to yourself?
claims
Are you listening to yourself? Are you listening to yourself? Now you're reading a script. You've come on here to throw a question at me. I gave you a perfectly reasonable answer, and now you're throwing your script. Yeah, now you're throwing your script back at me.
No, you didn't.
Yes. Did you get Darth Dawkins' permission to come in here? And don't say you don't need his permission, because I've heard him give you a good old verbal spanking. for going to
Well-
for hanging out and even writing in chats where he doesn't want you to. And I'm certainly not one who would give you who Darth Dawkins would endorse you coming on onto this live stream.
Yeah, please.
I need to add you on Discord on Tangelo, okay?
What's your name on Discord?
Well, you have the channel or what?
Yes, I'm Seed.
What's your name on Discord, Artangelo?
It's the same on Tangelo.
Ah.
But I have to say something to Tangelo and everyone in here that I'm really sorry for Darth Dawkins. Years ago, I talked about him. That was my fault for doing that because I'm supposed to be his friend. I consider myself his friend. So I apologize for talking bad about him.
Well, you should tell that to him, not to me.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Well, or Darth should come in here. I mean, if Artangelo,
Darth should come in
yeah,
here.
is
Come
that,
in here.
does
Well,
Art-
you should probably know where he hangs out now on Discord. Go there and tell him that
There
you're
you go.
sorry.
Go tell him. But anyway, I
Why
want
don't
to
you do that?
I
He
want to
doesn't
tell.
come here to listen to you.
He doesn't.
Oh, yes, he does.
Oh, he does? Okay.
Oh, so you seem to be so sure about that. Maybe he
Yes, I
does.
know how he is
Maybe he
when it
does.
comes to me.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Okay, guys.
So, Tangelo, did you achieve your objective?
I had my.
Did you achieve?
Yes, I had a little bit fun.
You have a little bit of
and
fun.
you just
Oh, okay.
exposed. You just exposed yourself, and that was my
dear.
objective.
Oh
today,
dear. Oh
okay?
dear. Okay.
Yeah.
Well done, Artangelo. Have a nice evening and
Yeah.
come back tomorrow.
No, don't leave, because Tangelo is very attractive, and now I just need. Oh no, he left. Why? He's gone.
Well, you know when you know when he says he's leaving, he's leaving.
He's quite
Well,
entertaining.
So did you notice what he did there, hey? When he asked me
Yes,
a question, when he asked me a question about the existence being eternal, and he says, "How do I know that?" And I said, "Well, that's the only choice. There is no second choice." How do you know that? He says. I said, "There's no second choice." So I said to him, "Well, give me the second choice." And then he says, "No. How do you know that?" He doesn't understand. The answer is axiomatic. But anyway, that's you got to feel sorry.
Well,
for
he
people
would
like
say
that.
the same thing. He would say the same thing you're saying. He would say that because there's no other way about his worldview.
I know, but I would just say, listen, we're real, we exist, we're energy. Therefore, whatever we emerged from was energy as well. Simple. It's really not that difficult to grasp. You know, it's like begets like the people of the Bible, of the book, like to say. Well, we're natural. Therefore, whatever we emerged from was natural. It's not a very difficult conclusion to come to. And I can't imagine any other answer anyway. So when you ask me what's the second choice, there is no second choice. But you know what, old Artangelo, he went on Sidney Winston's channel, and right then and there on his channel he exposed Sidney Winston. Did you hear that?
Do you think that he spoke with Darth before he came in here?
Yes.
I would assume so, yeah.
Yes. He's best friends with Darth. Best friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm on the other server with those two. Yeah.
That's funny.
You know, I'm still in Darth Dawkins' personal server. He keeps me in there.
The Reformation? I didn't think.
No.
What? Oh, there's another one?
Politics and religion?
No, he has a personal server, which I'm going to invite you both in.
Well,
I bring both of you in.
please, yes, I'd love to go into his
Okay.
server.
He did. He sent Antangelo to us. I told you he's watching.
Of
When
course
it
he
comes to Eve, when I'm in here, he's watching.
All right, Eve. Now that you're in here, let's take advantage
But Raz,
of your knowledge. Go ahead, Didi. Didi.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, Rez, you can go ahead and add me to that personal server, but I'm going to tell you my idea about that. I would have to be a masochist to go into that server.
Okay, what's that?
Okay, do you understand what I'm saying?
No, what's a
Can you
masochist?
explain, please?
Okay, I'll explain. In other words, for me to go into that server, especially due to the fact that I've seen how he interacts with people, you know, he's got a track record, obviously, which I've seen for years of how he treats people once they go into his server. So why would I think he's going to treat me any differently? He's going to suppress me. In fact, he's already went on record as doing it. He's already banned or muted me from at least 6 or 7 servers. So why would I think that if I go into his server that he's going to treat me any differently? But you can go ahead and feel free to add me if you want. That's fine.
Okay, and I'd give the link to Sidney Winston to come in to on Hangouts. I'll give it to you. This is his personal private server.
Well, I don't want to invade his personal private server if it's private. To be honest, I mean, you know, I believe in your personal space.
Personal server.
But if it's his personal server, why would I want to go in there? Would he want to come into my personal server? Hell
Yes,
no.
I'll come in.
No, not him. Not you, him.
I go into his.
I understand that. But I don't, besides, I don't hang out on Discord. I hang out right here. This is where you can find me. Right here.
Rez, remember Rez, let me explain it this way. If you go into his server, it would not be the same reaction as if either me or Sidney went into his server. That's what Sidney's trying to say. So in other words, he's not going to treat us with the same treatment as he would you.
Okay. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, I don't want
You're
to.
absolutely-
I don't want to stalk him. If that kind of sounds kind of stalkish, and I don't want to do that. I just want to reveal what is real. To reveal the real. That's all I want to do. Raz.
But Rez, I did add you. I sent you the invite link to my server. I don't know if you saw that, but I did send that to you. Okay.
Oh yes, I went in. Thank you very much.
So you said you know.
Okay,
Eve,
sure. You're welcome.
Eve, you said you know Darth Dawkins very well, quite well. Do you? And you also said you know that he has children in real life.
Yes.
Now, I believe you also mentioned that of all the children that he has in real life, you in real life have met one of them. Is that correct?
Yeah, we use the same public library.
No, okay. Do you have any conversations with one of his children?
He answered Tina and me both that his father has been fighting with atheists for a decade. That's what he said. He said that his father has been fighting with atheists for 10 years. That's basically what he said.
Is Darth Dawkins' son an atheist? A Christian?
He's a Christian.
Yeah.
But he's a Democrat. We're from the Florida Democratic Party, so he's a Democrat.
Okay.
He's liberal. He's a good person. He's a wonderful person.
Then how does he turn out to be a wonderful person with a father like that?
It's like, remember somebody mentioned, it's like Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader. Yeah, it's just like that.
Oh, I don't get that.
The sun is the good side.
Now
and
I want to, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to let you know I'm in Discord right now, and I went into actually the Reformation server, which before I did not have access to it, but now I do. So I don't know if that's the same server that well, this is not the same server that I was recently kicked out of. You know, I was kicked out of the politics and religion, but I am now in the Reformation server, which is one that I was kicked out of before. And I see Darth Dawkins' name in there. Yeah, it's under the Reformation. I also see. I don't know if this is his. I know he frequents it very often, but I don't know if it's his own server. But I see his name in there, you know, along with Tomlock. So this is a server that I was kicked out of several months ago, and now I'm in it. So I don't know if this is the same one, but I just wanted to let you know. Okay.
I got something. I took a screenshot why we were having this conversation, why he was talking about us. Let me show you what's going on. I took a screenshot here. I gotta find it real quick. It was still on my phone, or I just can't remember that I took the screenshot.
Hold on a second. He's supposed to be teaching or preaching Jesus to his flock. What's he doing watching my channel?
This is the evidence. I told you he lurks when I'm here. He's gonna lurk, spy, ghost, watch me. He does that. It's just me. Just
why though?
He's my love. I call him my husband.
That's funny.
As long as I'm here, he will be here. It's a love-hate relationship. He loves me, then he hates me, then he loves me, then he hates me again.
How long have the two been divorced or separated?
Me and him? It's just recently.
No, him and his wife.
I think they separated in. I have to go back and check. I'm to remember 2012. Let's say 2012, from what I remember. Right. Okay, I have. This is what's going on here. Here's the evidence.
Over 10 years ago, right?
Yes. Okay. They were talking about us while watching the video because I took the screenshot. And right now I'll give it to. And let me give it to what's his name? Let me go in Discord and hand it over the evidence to. DDD. Where is he? Darth Dawkins debunk? Where are you?
To me. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, I took a screenshot for you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to see that. Thank you.
I'm waiting for the outcome of this.
Well, you can.
No. I want to get another perspective.
Okay.
On everything, I need another perspective.
This is what they were doing while we were on the. They were all watching the video. Okay, here. Hold on. Where did I put my screenshot?
Does Darth Dawkins have any friends that are older than Tonlock? Than Antonio?
He has Antangelo that would be considered an older friend.
Yeah, I don't know if Artangelo is a real friend of Darth. I think Artangelo is using Darth as kind of clickbait for himself.
What do you? Okay, here. Okay.
Because without Darth Dawkins, Artangelo, no one's going to look no one's going to look at Artangelo twice. But if he comes across as sort of defending Darth Dawkins, then of course, you know, there's fodder for us, right? Fodder for the atheists.
Oh, yes. You can show it on your screen. Can you do a share screen? What was happening so that because I'm trying to post it on Discord, it's just my phone is lagging, but you can show it to our friend
I don't do
Darth
Discord.
Dawkins debunked. This is, yeah, okay. They were discussing us while we were in here.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, earlier they were, so I took the screenshot to show it. You see it?
Well, I saw the screenshot you just sent me, which shows the names of the people that were in the server.
Yeah,
I see that.
I get that as well, but that doesn't prove anything. They just prove that Darth Dawkins is in the Reformation server.
Yeah.
Yes, but the
Yeah,
thing
it just shows
is
that he's there, but it doesn't let us know what they're saying. In other words, it doesn't give us the content of what they're saying. It just shows that they were there.
But I can't just go in because I was coming in, come in and out. But he has on Tangelo to come into this. He sends his henchman or his minion in here. He's watching us. He's watching us from there.
I'm so glad you're wasting time on us, Darth Dawkins.
Yeah, the only way you could do that is you would have to go into the server that he's in and then record, but then they will probably kick you out because you're not supposed to record unless you have permission to record. But that would really be the only way you could prove it, is to actually record what they are saying.
Exactly.
But I don't want you to get in trouble.
No, we don't. Well, you know what? That's their business. We just say what we want to say. But I want to gold mine your brain, Eve, and go back to Darth Dawkins as you knew him way back, because we were talking earlier about how when Darth Dawkins first started on Hangouts, he was a much different person. He was chill. You could talk to him. You could have a conversation. And now today he's a very angry, old, grumpy, frustrated man. In your eyes, has he changed, or is it just that we see him differently?
He seems different. He has changed. He's not the loving person that he once was.
Why is the question then? Why? What happened?
He answered me. He has no more patience for non-believers and atheists.
Because
he lost his patience.
Well, have you ever asked him to try and listen to the atheists' point of view for once? Because in 10 years, I don't think he's actually listened to the atheist point of view in an objective way, the way we listen to the theist's point of view in an objective way, because we come to a conclusion that is rational. They don't come to conclusions. They start off with a conclusion. And I'm trying to understand that sort of upside down pyramid way of thinking.
Okay. I can try to ask him, but right now he's very, very upset,
Well, ask him to come in
I don't
here.
want to get.
We can have a discussion. He can come in here and have a chill discussion. It's okay, no problem. Darth Dawkins, come on in. Let's have a chill discussion. Just bring yourself.
Darth, you can come up and talk to Sidney instead of watching us on YouTube. Just come in.
Exactly.
Exactly. Instead of watching us tonight.
Because that way, you can, we can figure out what are lies and what are not lies, and we could do it in a diplomatic way. We could sit here at the square table, and we can actually converse back and forth. Well,
so you notice he changed as well, right? You have, I have, and
yes,
Darth Dawkins debunk as well. We all notice his change behavior over the past years that went by, the several months that went by.
Right.
But the thing is that if Tom Rabbit is banned from Reformation server, then how are there going to be recordings of him for YouTube, the content? That's a major one.
Well, he's he doesn't do the recordings on his own. I'm sure he either has what are they called? Soccer accounts or spies. Yeah. So other people probably record and give it to him, or maybe he has his own little network of sock accounts. I don't know, because I don't do that type of mining really.
That's what he does. Darth does this. That's how he is. He has a socks account, alternative account. He spies lurk. He sends spies out.
How many hours a day does he do this, and what is his motivation?
He does this because it's his way of protecting himself. He's trying to protect himself from his enemies, so that he knows, he keeps tabs on them to know what they're doing to him.
But you know, if he's...
Well, let me answer that question from my perspective. Can I answer that from my perspective? The same question?
Go ahead.
Okay, he does this to humiliate atheists, bottom line. And the reason why I say that is because he has came straight out and said that himself. That's why he does it.
Yes, he does to humiliate atheists. That's the answer.
That is correct.
But he's landed up
that is correct.
Humiliating himself about as bad as anyone can humiliate themselves. I mean, just his bad temper is humiliating enough. I feel, you know, I gotta feel, when he goes off and he's screaming and shouting, I feel really bad for the people that he's screaming at. You know, I put myself in their shoes, and it's not a good feeling. He doesn't have a good vibe about him at all.
Well, remember, this is a man in his thought processes and in his own mentality. He has a justification for why he treats people the way he does. He even says that his position is a biblical position. I mean, he has quoted Jesus, Stephen, and Paul. That's always what he does. Whenever anyone points out his behavior and how he interacts with other people, that's always what he goes to. He will either go to Stephen, Jesus, or Paul to give an example of how they interacted with their opponents. So in Darth's mind, he has a perfect justification for why he treats people the way he does.
So he thinks he's acting the way Jesus would have acted?
Bingo.
What a cunt Jesus must have been.
I think Jesus would have been more of a hippie. More of a hippie type?
Nah, hippies didn't have bad tempers, did they?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, well, if Jesus was a pot-smoking Jew, then you might be right.
Yes. Wow,
Has anybody been following my? I got two playlists out there. One called the History of the Bible, or History in the Bible, and the other one called the History of the Early Church. A lot of the hypocrisy, a lot of the contradiction, a lot of the mythology. It's all there. A lot of the history, the real history, it's all there.
Okay, I'll take a look at them.
Yeah, I haven't. I saw the links, I saw the videos, but I haven't really. Haven't really stopped to listen.
Take your time.
Because my area of interest is a little more narrow. It's I'm specifically interested in something else. So that's the reason why I haven't really stopped to listen to that. But
well, you probably know it all anyway.
I have seen. Well, I don't know about that, but I have a basic idea.
Yeah. I mean, the arguments I mean,
of what happened.
yeah, the history you probably know anyway, and that's all that is.
Sidney, Winston,
Yes, ma'am.
they were trying to find the atheist version of Darth Dawkins.
Who is trying to find the atheist version of Darth Dawkins?
Yeah, they had a conversation about who is the atheist version of Darth Dawkins.
Okay, who won? Who won that esteemed position status?
I say you are the atheist version of Darth Dawkins. You are the only atheist that can face him. Other atheists, I mean, yeah, I think you can do it. I think you're the one of a formidable foe for him.
Well, then let him come in here and prove you wrong. Is that not fair?
Okay, that's fair. So let's me
Yes.
try to invite him. Please come in. Stop watching us. Just come in, Darth. Come
Come
in.
on, my formidable foe. He probably won't. He'll send our Angela back.
And have you guys signed the petition yet, Darth Dawkins? Have you signed Darth Dawkins debunk? And Sidney, have you signed the petition?
Of course. Because I'm a victim of.
I was the fourth one to sign it.
I'm a victim of Darth Dawkins in the politics and religion server. And I have it, and not only that. Oh, did you watch earlier? I actually recorded myself going into the Reformation server. I said, let's see how long I last. So I recorded myself going in, and after about 5 minutes, all I did was I responded with an LOL to something, like something that either Darth posted or somebody posted that was very benign. It was funny. And as soon as I posted that, within 20 seconds, I was out. There was no more Reformation server on my screen. I recorded it. And I played
20
it.
seconds and you were out. Wow.
Once he realized that I was there because I responded in the chat, I reacted in the chat. I did something and he saw my name. Boom, without nothing, just out. So yeah, I don't think he should have that power in somebody else's server to just kick poor me out. Tell me I didn't do anything. I'm still very interested in the finer details of Darth's depravity. Please fill in the gaps, Eve.
He fell from grace.
He did indeed.
He has a mission to take out all the atheists. But the atheists he's taking out are the weak atheists. He's not taking out the strong atheists, the weak ones. His fall from grace is he's angry. He's lonely. He's a lonely man. He needs love. He needs love. Somebody to love him.
Well, so does everybody else. He's not alone. But he doesn't have to. What gives him the license? What gives him the entitlement, the self-entitlement to be so angry and so assertive and so bullying and so controlling and so, headmaster-like, so fucking, I run this concentration camp and you do what I say, like, what?
He does this because he has more control. It's his way of dismissing atheists and controlling them, cornering them.
Why don't you, Eve, go over to Darth Dawkins and give him a hug?
I want to hug him.
He really needs that, like you said. he's unloved. He feels he's stuck in that basement with his mother. Tell me something. Does his mother do the cooking?
Yes, mom cooks. He cooks too.
Because his excuse for living in the basement used to be that I live in the basement because I'm a caregiver. I take care of my mother. She's she needs me. But if she's up and about doing the cooking, what caregiving does she really need?
Well, she's very old. She's
So what?
So he's caring for his mom.
He's lying about that. He's caring for his mom. He says on the internet for 16 hours a day. Another lie that you can put in your one of your shorts there, DDD.
But he does leave. He does leave to go and eat.
Of course he does.
Home cooked meal.
He's got to have his strength,
Yeah. Staying in a chair for 8 hours a day, that's really,
Ooh,
it takes
I
a lot
tell
of
you.
energy.
I can't think of any sane people who literally are on the internet like most of the day, like we used to in Google Hangouts days, where the internet, the Hangouts were open, and you'd go to work and you'd come back from work, and then you'd get on the internet for 4 or 5 hours, and then you go and do your stuff and go back to work. It was always open. But now it's a toxic thing. Well, what do you think of my idea? Of my idea of that I explained to Artangelo, that Christianity, the mythology behind Christianity must be available to everybody, and I intend to make it available to everybody. That is my purpose. That is my objective. It's an ambition almost. Eve.
Yes.
Are you legit?
Yes, I'm listening to you. Can you ask the question again? Because I'm like falling asleep. I'm getting ready to sleep now.
Are you legit?
I am legit. I am expressing myself about the situation. I'm kind of sad that he's angry with me. At first, I was brokenhearted. I kind of bawled and cried, but then I got over it. I'm just trying to get over that. I'm brokenhearted about the videos that you posted.
Well, the information in
I
them
lost him. I lost.
is the information in those videos legit?
Yes, from what I can remember from years ago when I
Well,
mentioned what happened
well,
long
you don't
ago.
remember it, or it's all on record. You don't have to remember anything. I mean, if you say the videos from years ago, then what you said at the time is legit. It wasn't like made up or fabricated or anything like that.
Yeah, it was from long ago. From what I remember. At that time, from what I can remember, is what I can recall.
Of course, yes, of course. But if you're falling asleep on us, don't let us keep you up.
Okay, I have to thank you for having me here.
We'll do
I
this.
came in because
Mm-hmm.
because of what's going on. He left the server.
Right.
I've been a talk of politics and religion server.
Yeah.
I just came in to tell my side of the story. I just want to clear out my name. That's why I came in.
Okay, I think you did a very good
Okay.
job of clearing up your name.
Yes.
But you do have your detractors who don't believe you, as you know, Artangelo, of course, and Darth, accusing you of lying. So I'm pissed off at them for accusing you and not coming in here and facing you.
Right. Absolutely.
tomorrow or on the weekend, which is tomorrow, isn't it? What's today? Tuesday. Okay. Well, maybe tomorrow or whenever we'll have another go at this. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Eve. Have a good sleep. Good night.
You too. Thank you.
Have a good night, Eve. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Right. So
you getting ready to leave too, Sidney? Are you leaving or what?
I'm open up to either leaving or having a wrap up, or maybe trying to answer some of your concerns that you had earlier. I don't know if I answered them. Remember, you had your concerns about.
Yeah, you did it. Yeah, I think you answered all my questions the way or you did answer my questions. I don't really have. I mean, I'd be willing to stay here if you want to talk more, or if you want to invite anyone else. I'd be willing to stay here.
Okay, fair enough.
If you'd like to stay here, whatever.
Anybody's welcome to join. The join information is in the description below. It's in the side chat if you're watching live. Well, that's the only way you could join.
Is anyone in the side chat? Can you see?
Yes. But no one who's
are there still people in the side chat? Okay, but are there still people there?
There's still activity there, yes.
Okay.
But I really haven't been keeping too much of an eye on it.
Okay, but are there still people there?
There's still activity there, yes. Are you?
Okay.
Did you turn on your YouTube? But I really have. Oh, you went to the YouTube tab. Okay.
I went to the YouTube. Yeah. Let me turn the volume down. Okay, so I was just checking. Yeah, it looks like there's still 15 people watching. It looks like.
Okay, I just had a look at the chat. John Rapp asked me to ask you, could you please summarize the petition for the latecomers, please?
Okay, so the petition that I saw when I first noticed it a few days ago was from another person. I was actually the fourth person to sign up, but the petition is obviously, it's against, it's the idea that we want to try to get Darth's mute powers taken away from him. That's basically what the petition is asking for. So, but I've already did a couple of videos, so, saying that in my opinion, I don't really think it's gonna do anything, because if he wants, he can just either go into another server or start his own server, either way, which is typical of what he does. He goes from server to server. He leaves or either he leaves or he's banned, but that's his MO. So I don't think this, it might just be a temporarily muting him from that particular server, which it looks like he's left. Apparently he's left already. So really the petition is really redundant right now, if it's true that he has already left the server. Already redundant.
Not really, not at all, not at all, because he could have left the server. And
well, I mean, if it applies to other servers.
And tomorrow, when you've taken down the petition, he joins the server back and he gets his mod powers back.
Okay, that is true.
So
that could be correct.
Go through the petition. Don't drop it.
That is correct.
Yeah, because
plus it could be used. It could be used even if he goes to another server. It would be used. It could be used the same way, where whoever started the petition could bring it to that server.
Yeah.
As well, for a little more credibility. So
a
I guess I shouldn't say that it's
have a revolving petition. It's a good idea.
But I hope that answered his question, the guy that you were speaking about.
I hope so too. Oh, yeah, somebody else answered for him. and they're giving links and everything. All right, I'll put the petition actually up for everybody to see. I think I have there. It is in my intro. There it is.
Yeah, the
everybody.
link. You could actually put the link in the notes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Hang on, I heard a dingle. Hello, James. James, you are muted.
I tried to put the actual link in there, but it's too long. It has 272 characters, so it's too long to fit in the actual chat, side chat.
The link to what? To the change.org?
To the online petition. It's too long because the side chat will only hold 200 characters.
Oh, okay.
And there's 272 characters.
Well, put it in.
Yeah.
You can put it in the comment section of the video when I'm done, or maybe now. I don't know if it's available. I shouldn't think it is, but you never know.
Well, I'm going to type in a message letting them know.
Yeah.
I'm going to let them know that the link is too long. Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm also going to let them know that they could either. I'm going to let them know that they could either go to your video on YouTube or my video, and then that's where they can get to the link. Okay.
Why don't you post a link to your video in?
Okay.
Or what? Yeah. Do whatever you can do. I'm not. I have no idea. Why am I giving you advice when you didn't ask me for advice? That is a violation of one of the satanic rules of the earth.
Okay.
Skeptic, welcome.
Okay, I'm gonna give them my.
Howdy.
Well, how you doing, man?
I'm fair.
Good.
How about you?
Oh, I've been streaming for like 4 hours, over 4 hours.
Really?
Yes. So please, give me your question, sir.
I didn't catch any of it. Can you summarize it real quick?
Yeah, Christianity is a crock, period.
Oh, yeah, no, you can't answer my questions.
Oh, damn. Maybe Darth Dawkins debunked is here. Maybe he can answer your questions. Or James, he hasn't introduced himself yet because he's muted, but maybe he can answer your questions.
Yeah, James may could. I don't know what James believes, but I don't think Duncan here. I don't think he can help me.
No.
We've spoke.
I might be able to help you because I can play devil's advocate.
I don't know. It's tired, man. It's tired.
Okay. I still want to talk to James or hear from James. But he's muted.
We also have someone here by the name of Skeptic. Who is that? Skeptic?
That's Skeptic.
Yeah. We've spoke on Discord.
On Discord? You guys
Oh, okay, yes, I remember.
Traitors.
Yeah, we have spoke.
Traitors, every one of you.
Hey, I'm not married to any app. I'll peruse them all.
I decide where you go. I decide who your friends are. I decide what platforms you visit.
Yeah, fantastic.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were Tangelo, and I thought I was Darth Dawkins. Sorry. Aha! John Rapp just signed your petition, or the petition.
Oh, what's the What's your goal with the petition? I haven't read it. I'm just now hearing about it.
Oh well, it's kind of okay. It's about the Discord server, politics and religion. If you know that that's where Darth Dawkins has a home on Discord, you'll also know that he has full moderator powers to mute, to deafen, to ban, to do whatever he wants with the members of that server. And the petition is to have those powers removed from Darth Dawkins in that server. That's essentially it.
Right. I'm in one, politics and religion, but I haven't been in there in a couple months.
Okay,
Looking around.
All the news about Discord is all secondhand because I never go there myself.
Yeah. I don't talk to Gary anyway. He's an idiot.
Nobody talks to him. He talks to people.
Yeah, can't have a conversation with someone like him. He is the biggest asshole I've ever met on the internet.
Yeah. I think he wins that award for sure. I mean, this is with 10 years of history going back on the internet, he still wins the award. Because I can't think of anyone who's a bigger asshole than Darth Dawkins.
Nah. Now, even Jim Barber is crazy, but he can be polite and actually, talk somewhat. You know what?
Sure, he can be polite, and Jim Barber and me do go back quite a ways, and we are and were. I can't say we are anymore because he's like blocked me and stuff. But we were really good friends, and we talk about personal things, and I know a lot about his personal life, which I never really reveal because he's actually a very nice, sensitive man underneath all that. I know that about Jim. Darth Dawkins, I don't see that.
Well, I mean, he's a coward, dude. I've never seen anybody bloviate so much and be so afraid anyone is going to know who they are. I mean, goddamn, what a pussy.
Yeah, and also with other people like Jim, he puts on his camera, he looks at the camera, he talks to the camera, he shows us that he's a real person with real conviction, right? Darth Dawkins, he accuses other people of looking weird or having looks that he doesn't approve of or whatever, yet he himself refuses to switch on his camera and be judged in exactly the same way he judges other people. He's a pussy.
That's right. Christianity be that way. But I really don't think he's a Christian. I don't think he thinks he's a Christian.
Well, everybody who's tried to ask him questions about Jesus has been summarily executed.
Well, I ain't asked him a whole lot about Jesus, but I have asked him about three Cambrian rabbits, and he has trouble with rabbits.
Whoa.
James, you're getting feedback, bro. Kill one mic. You got a hot mic. Kill one of them.
Oh, that's better.
Hello?
Hello.
Sorry, my man. I was trying to figure out this shit and it busted my nuts, man.
Well, you woke us all
the
up,
older I'm
dude.
getting, the dumber I'm becoming.
You woke us all up.
Sorry. Now, I wanted to... In fact, you know what? I wanted to confront Otangelo. You know, Otangelo is Darth's gentleman's gentleman, if you can catch my drift. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
He was sent in here. Yeah. And Eve's story is not... It's not adding up because... all the specific questions that you asked us, he just gave very vague general answers. Mm-hmm. And when you were answering when you ask someone a question and they know something, they answer it straight away. But did you notice when you asked Eve questions, she would hesitate and think? Now, that implies to me that she was consulting a script. She didn't say anything, dude. I mean, if you heard something that was earth-shattering and all-revealing, I'm all ears. Go for it. I'm listening.
Well, I invited her back tomorrow. Hopefully you can come
I'll confront her. I'll confront her. I mean, I won't be nasty. I won't be rude, but I'll call her out because I think she's telling lies. Straight up.
I'd love to. I can't answer your question because I'm not her, but I'd love
Does
to.
it make sense to you, Sidney? Does it make sense to you?
Look, when you're on the internet, you're an open book.
Yeah.
And I think Eve is trying the best to not stand out in any way, and not to rock any boats, and to pretty much just she is. I don't know if she's giving me the answers that I want in the way that I want, but I also don't know whether the answers I'm getting are because of her self-protection or
Could be. That's a valid point.
anything else.
Could be. No, could be. You make a good point. Could be. Touche. Well played, sir. Well played. I didn't consider that.
Thank you.
You know, but as far as, look, at the end of the day, look, I'm old school. So let's say you and I become Zuckies, become brothers or friends, whatever you want to call it, right? And you tell me some things in confidence.
Yes.
Even though I might get angry at you later on down the line, I would never betray you. I would never even bring it up to you, if we were alone. And, if you never asked me, what do you think about, you know what I'm saying? Real friends don't do that. So, I'm just wondering about Eve's motives, They're not kosher. That's just my opinion.
Well, again, you make sense. So tomorrow, when
What time? I live in Holland. What time is that? What time is that in Central European time? Because we've got a big time difference.
Well, we're in North America, so I don't believe that Holland exists.
Oh shit! Have you become that locally inclined,
No,
dude? What's up with that? The pond is isolating you. That's not good. That's not good.
The pond dried up, or
That's what
or
I'm
something,
saying.
or the
That's
opposite.
what I'm saying.
The pond rose.
Even the swamp,
and buried
swamp monsters have left.
Hey!
That's it.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm from Zambia, Sidney, but when I listen to you speaking, I'm kind of thinking you've got a South African accent. Am I wrong in that?
Cape Town.
Okay, man. I've been to South Africa. Beautiful country, man. Before and after apartheid.
Yeah,
After
you know
apartheid.
what? It's a beautiful country, but when you're
It is.
when you walk in the streets and you shit scared, it's not so beautiful.
You know what it is? Look, during the times of apartheid, the black people weren't allowed to go into the shops that they wanted to because of their skin color. 20-something years on, they still can't go into those shops because they don't have the money. So for poor black people, what has changed? Nothing.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into South African politics because it's
No, I understand what you're saying.
It's the most complex set of. It's even more complex than the United States.
It is. It's a nice constitution, but it's a pity no one respects it.
It's useless, obviously.
Yeah. No.
I mean the kind
But
of
it is a beautiful country.
the kind of brutality I remember seeing when I was living there, and the kind of brutality I see on video from time to time makes me ill. And
Of course, I mean,
and
how can it
makes me
How
almost
can it not affect you?
It desensitizes me, and I don't like that.
Putting burning tires on people's necks because you perceive them to be a traitor or a spy or whatever, violence like that, attacking each other's with pangas and shit like that. Yeah, that's dangerous.
It's not nice. No, it's not.
No.
That's not cricket.
No,
Africa
no, cricket is not to be played that way. No, I agree.
Africa is a tough place, man.
It's a cuck place.
I was born in Zambia. I went to boarding school in Malawi. And I think out of all the African countries, the only parts that I haven't visited, I haven't seen much of West Africa. But I've been to the north, I've been to the east, I've been like to Zimbabwe, Botswana, South Africa, Lesotho, Swaziland, Mozambique, Angola, Namibia, all those places, Congo, Kenya.
Did you ever go to
Uganda.
Rhodesia?
I did. I lived there. I lived in Salisbury. Yeah.
During Rhodesia or during Zimbabwe?
Just after independence in 1980. Mugabe had just come to power, but he hadn't been sworn in yet. So when I arrived there was still like white cops, lots of white soldiers, you know. It looked like a European country, you know. It was weird for me because I grew up in Zambia. So when I moved to Salisbury, I remember seeing white fire brigade for the first time. That shocked me. I'd never seen that. Because I saw white people doing jobs that I had only seen black people doing my whole life. It was weird. I mean, parking maids, you know, meter maids and shit like that.
Yeah, but that's all British. I remember those too in Cape Town.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, like when I look at Darth brings back a trauma to me because he reminds me of the teachers, you know, and the headmasters that I used to have growing up in Africa in the 1970s. Bombastic, arrogant, misogynistic, racist.
That's Darth.
That's why I don't like him.
But he claims to have created lots of theists. He claims to have converted
I'm
lots
not
of
sure.
atheists.
Look, let's be honest, right? He always talks about, you know, I'm a good and dominant debater. How long do you think I've been doing this? I've been doing this for 10 years. I have yet to see a debate where he actually demonstrated any of his assertions.
Of course you know.
Because all he does is he interrogates, and then when he gets a chance, you know, to go at the big fish, he comes up with incoherent questions like, are you omniscient? What kind of dumbass question is that to ask during a debate? You know, and then if he's got no answers, his response to everything is, how do you know that? How do you know that?
Yep.
How do I know that? I'm trying to explain it to you. That's how I know that. He's a fool. You know, he's reached his epistemic, he's reached the limits of his epistemic potential. He can't learn because he refuses to listen.
Well,
so you would think after 10 years, somebody doing this, they will be making progress. No. Darth is just like Leonid Brezhnev of the Soviet Union, you know, 10 years of stagnation. I mean, that's just my humble view. Not to say that I'm an intellectual or anything like that. Far from it. But I like to learn and I like to listen.
Well, I think he's an impetuous 12-year-old brat in a 60-year-old body.
You know what it is? He represents the America of the 1950s, middle-aged old white geezers, racists and misogynists. And the sad thing is, even though he represents that image of America in the 1950s, like me, he was born in the 1960s.
So he's representing how his father was, or
probably. You notice when he dialogues, because he doesn't actually dialogue with people, he likes to interrogate, but most of all, he likes to be in control of everything. So he'll say to you, you're a lying piece of trash, and you're a scumbag, and you're deceitful. But anyway, answer me this question. How can you insult someone and then expect them, after you've insulted them, to be reasonable and engage you? This is how much this mutt is deluded. He's got no self-awareness. Anything and everything that goes wrong is always the other people. And you'll notice when he gets angry, well, if people wouldn't do this or say this and that, I wouldn't get angry. You're a fucking 60-year-old man. Right. Take fucking responsibility for your actions. No one made you angry. You made yourself angry.
Yep.
And then, you know, arguing with young little boys and girls, you know, 13, 14 years old.
That's weird and creepy, don't you think?
It is, and I'm telling you, I think he's got gay issues. That's just my opinion.
Yeah,
because you know he's so focused on, for instance, transsexuals and gay people. Look, I'm a heterosexual, right? So, speaking personally, the more gay men in the world, the better. because the more women for me. So if I know that, how could I ever perceive them as a threat? You know what I'm saying?
Fucking good point.
I mean, they're not a threat to me. I'm never going to have sex with them.
Hope,
They're never going to have sex with me.
every other male in the whole world besides me turns gay, because then there'll be way more women for me.
Yeah.
You know what it is? They think. I mean, that's look. If you look at a guy like, let's say, Smokey Saint, I call him Smoke Sausage. If you check at what he's been accused of, right? And you go to Darth Dawkins as well.
Yeah.
The worst people that have done the worst things that decide to become Christians, which in theory, I'm not against that. You know, if you can find something that makes you feel better and makes your boat float and get you through the day, big up to you all the way and back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But what I have a problem is, once you claim to have found God, is when you moralize and point fingers at others.
Yep, 100%. 100%.
I mean, what kind of Christian would say to a recovering addict, godless girl, go back to using heroin?
A non-Christian.
What kind of a fucking degenerate does that?
Yeah, that's pretty low.
That's the lowest of the low.
Or a real Christian, I don't know, whichever way you want to look at it.
I'm a man of honor. I'm not a Christian. I would never say that to someone.
Of course not. Of course not.
No. You know, the choices I made, when I was growing up, they were bad choices. But I can tell you honestly, I had good parents, and they taught me the difference between right and wrong. And whatever I did it because I wanted to do it. Therefore, it's up to me. It's upon me to take responsibility for my actions. Own what you say and own what you do. Darth Dawkins is not cut from that cloth.
No, he's not at all. He's
a scumbag. He's a coward and he's a bully.
Ooh, them's fighting words.
No, I mean, if I could find a way, I could find out how I could get onto Discord, I'll tear him a new ass. I'll tell you straight up. Because his intimidation, the only thing I would say to him, okay, if you want, it can be respectful, right? No problem. I'm not really interested about your religion because I know that you're not a Christian. What offends me more than your so-called religious views is your political views. Let's talk about that.
But we determined earlier that he was a Christian. In fact, he embodies the living Jesus today. He acts just like Jesus acted according to the scriptures.
What he says, Paul and Jesus, the Sanhedrins, they also, blah, blah, blah. And my response to him would be, did Jesus and Paul say that to everyone they met every day? Come on, Gary. Explain that to me. Where else did Jesus say that to other people? And did he say that every day to them?
Yep, get in here. Get in here and explain yourself.
That's it. Come on, Gary. Grow a pair. You say you never run away. I give you my word. If you enter the stream, I will not insult you. We can have a discussion. If you got balls, Gary, go for it. You're all big and tough, when you switch off your micro. I'll even turn on my camera, Gary. You're all big and tough, in your mother's basement, shouting and screaming at people. If you got any balls, bring your ass into the room and let's find out who's who in the zoo, because I'm telling you, it's you. Step up, big boy. Step up. Come on, Gary, what you waiting for? You big, you masculine, you got something to say against nerds and people with respect and shy people and people. You always got a big mouth. Bring your big mouth here and let's see who's got the bigger mouth. You can even bring your Caucasoid crew, including Ortangelo, J. Robin. Bring all these bitches in here. I'll take all of you on. Come on, man. Step up. Be a man and take it like a man. But we know, Gary, we know that you don't have the balls. Ergo, you won't do it, you piece of shit. You fucking shitbag. Your mother should have swallowed your ass, and preferably without burping. Or your father should have bought a condom. Either way, we would have been spared your fucking pathetic bullshit, you fucking mutt. And if you really want to ask how I feel about you, Gary, step into the stream and I'll tell you even more.
Come on, Gary.
That's how much I don't like this man. Well, I always try to see the good in people, but when I look at this man, I don't see any good. I'm sorry. And I'm very angry with myself that I cannot see it.
Eve earlier said that Gary was a very sensitive man.
Yep. He is.
So if that's a fact, then we need to find that side of him and
I wouldn't say,
nurture it.
You know what it is? He's insecure.
Yes. So we should actually be here trying to
he's
help
very,
him.
very insecure. And as long as he can focus the attention on asking you questions, because at the end of the day, I mean, I wouldn't say that I was a real Christian. I was raised Catholic. I read some of the Bible, not because I wanted to, but because I didn't want to get shamboked, if you catch my drift. So I did read a bit of it, but I knew straight away it was bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And I never really. Then when you look at Gary, who portrays himself as a Christian, my response to that is, I am not seeing that in his deeds or his words. He's asserting he's a Christian, but he's never demonstrated it.
Well, this is the way Christians behave these days. So you're thinking of the old Christianity.
According to Skylar, and Skylar's a good dude, I like him. But according to Skylar, Gary is afraid to debate Skylar because Gary knows that Skylar knows that Gary's knowledge on the Bible and his texts are not very good.
I agree.
Yeah, and why do you think he's afraid of Jack Angstrike?
Because Jack Angstrike does philosophy right, and Darth
he's
Dawkins,
a master. He's a Jedi.
Yeah,
Jack
exactly.
is a Jedi.
Yeah.
If you bullshit, he'll either laugh at you or call you out on it. And Gary does, because you know what it is. If you notice, like the intellectuals that Gary likes to talk to, are usually the very well-mannered and soft-spoken intellectuals who he thinks he can dominate. He never ever talks to assertive people. He just doesn't. If you can name one, I'm all ears.
No, of course not. That's why he goes for the young people.
That's it. And then he calls them stupid. What kind of grown man tells a 13-year-old kid that they're stupid? I've never said that to a kid.
A very insecure.
I would never say that to a kid.
Of course not, because you're not insecure.
No. And I understand that a kid is learning, and I'm not doing that kid any favors by calling him stupid. All I'm doing is eroding his or her self-confidence. Telling a kid you stuck on stupid. Yeah, Gary, remind me, what college did you go to? Where did you study it? And what kind of PhDs do you have, Gary? What makes you an arbiter to call someone stupid or uninformed? Are you homeschooled or are you academically educated, Gary? You never seem to want to answer that question.
He doesn't, does he?
No, because he's not academically educated, because you see it when he talks to Alex Malpass,
Yes.
He gets lost, but in his deluded way of thinking, he thinks he's won, but he hasn't won, because all he's done is ask unanswerable questions. Questions that make no sense.
Yep.
Has it ever occurred to you the number of times that the intellectuals say to Gary, I'm not sure what you mean, what are you talking about? But to the uninitiated. Sorry, carry on.
Well, I was going to say there was at least one occasion that I saw where somebody did question his academic background, and he just said, basically, he said that his academic background is irrelevant to what they were discussing. That's how he answered that question.
Yeah, but then at the end of the day, when I ask you that question, I'm asking you that question to determine what makes you an arbiter, to decide what is stupid, what is smart, what is false, what is true. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so if you're not academically educated, and it's not... Carry on.
Well, not only that, but notice how he plays. Again, this is an example of what I was telling Sidney earlier. I call it the up-down card game, where, for example, if someone asks him about his academic background, he will shrug it off. He'll basically shrug it off. He'll say it's not relevant. But when he speaks with all of these PhDs and professional philosophers, notice how he always fits that in there. Oh, I spoke with a PhD. I spoke with this professional philosopher, and I destroyed so-and-so. This person I destroyed. So in that, he plays the app card. You know what I mean?
Not
So
only
just
that.
depending on who he's
Not only that, what he likes to ask as well.
Up or down.
Yeah, but you see that's the thing. What he also does as well, when he wants to humiliate someone and he's being asked questions that he can't answer, he asks something which is totally irrelevant. How old are you? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? And he's doing that to belittle you. He doesn't educate, he belittles. What does that have to do with anything? He belittles.
Absolutely, yeah. He came right out and he said that he's doing his job. He humiliates the atheist. That was one of his quotes. I did my job. I humiliated the atheists. So he does this. That is why he's there. Yeah.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, he's not doing this to serve his so-called creator. He's doing this for self-gratification. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'll wait. You know, that's the terrible thing. He's doing it for himself. He's not interested in winning. I mean, normal Christians, when they talk about their God, you know, whether it's true or not, I'll leave that in the middle, you know, because at the end of the day, I'm smart enough to understand that I'm too stupid to understand everything. You know what I'm saying? So I can't rule out God's existence. You know what I'm saying? But when you listen to him talk and the way he treats people, he's not winning. I mean, most Christians, when they, you know, talk about God, they want to win souls for Christ. Gary's not interested in that. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah,
how many souls have you won for Christ?
I did videos of it. I did videos of that. Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah, he's a scumbag. And you know, what sickens me is his caucasoid crew, because whenever he goes or he gets booted or he thinks he's made a point, he runs to the Legion of Doom, and you know, he enters a sea of sycophants. And I just look and I listen and I just shake my head. You know? They think that Darth is somehow some kind of super rock star, a superstar. You know what I'm saying? And when he's around them, in his voice, when he's talking to them, you can actually hear the amount of pleasure in his voice that he gets from it. I mean, if anything, Darth is a megalomaniac and a narcissist. Those two for sure.
You're making him.
And I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist, but those two things for sure.
You're making him sound creepy, man.
Dude, you know what? You know what the ideal job for Darth would be? A Gestapo interrogator. He would love to do that.
That's why I call him Gestapo Gary.
Yeah, that's his. That's what he is. I mean, he's you know, no man. He's a horrible human. You know, sometimes I do feel bad, you know, with stuff like this happening to him. But you know what?
You know what? He's the kind of guy who wanted to be a policeman, but he could only become a...
Was too stupid,
He could only become a meter maid.
Well, you know what it is? The funny thing is, had he had the right frame of mind, and had he had an open mind and the willingness to listen, Gary could have been somebody really special. You know that? Because not everything he says is bullshit. And for somebody who's homeschooled, he does quite well for himself. I mean, he's not a G-man. You know what I'm saying?
No,
and sometimes I've heard him.
I'm not sure I'm
following. I've heard him debate reasonably with people. He's not stupid.
Well, he's not smart.
He's limited, but he's not stupid. Gary's not stupid.
Well, he remembers scripts. I'm not very good at scripts.
Well, he studied. I mean, he studied a script, and because why I say he's not stupid, not only has he studied the scripts, but based on his analysis of the script, he anticipates questions that are to be asked about the script. So he's done his homework. I'll give him that.
Yeah, but he's lost. Every point he makes, he gets debunked.
Because the difference between let's say you and I are capable of learning, you know? When you see something, you analyze it, and then after you've analyzed it, you come to a conclusion. But that conclusion is no good unless you adapt it into your everyday of life. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yes.
Gary's not capable of that. Gary's reached the height of his intellectual and, you know, his intellectual prowess. He can't progress from that. So Gary, in those 10 years that he's been here, he hasn't progressed because he's not willing to listen. He thinks he knows everything, but he doesn't. You know? He doesn't know anything. He aspires to know shit. Does he read more than the average person? Hell yes. But does he know stuff? No, he doesn't. Because even with his politics describing, you know, what happened at Watergate, you know, he was asking this young 15-year-old kid, so do you know who those two reporters were from the... No, the guy said, no, I don't remember the names. And he was focusing on that. And Gary was claiming that Nixon was convicted for, I think, deleting 6 minutes of tape. That's a lie. Because besides that tape, Woodward and Bernstein were also talking to Deep Throat.
Right.
Who was confirming.
I thought it was 18 minutes of tape, but anyway.
He claimed that it was 6 or 9 minutes. I can't really...
Right.
But, and then he said, yeah, then he says stupid things. Yeah, you know, when Ronald Reagan died, I cried.
Who,
Darth? What fucking
Darth
teenage boy
Dawkins said
says that? He said that. I swear to God, he said that. I don't lie.
No
He said
way.
that.
Oh, God.
How fucked up can you be?
Oh, that's pretty fucked up.
It is fucked up.
Wow.
And on the way he describes Joe, I mean, he supports Trump. You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking to myself, okay, why would you support a man like Trump? What has Trump done for you personally that benefited you?
Is he supporting?
And don't tell me.
Are you saying he
Gary,
supports
because-
Trump today? He's still one of those. I wish Trump was president today.
He's been very silent. I think, like most Christians, the reason why they supported Trump, and I'm not an American, so I'm just throwing it out there. I think they want to get rid of Roe v. Wade. And Trump was the guy that could deliver that, but the price of that getting delivered was putting their Christianity, their religion, and their morals to the side. Because when you ask them why, but you're a Christian, why do you support Trump? No, I don't look to my president for morals. You see what I'm saying? They were willing to overlook. I mean, look at the way that he replaced that woman. What's her name? Ginsburg? Ruth Bader Ginsburg? How quick he did that. Her body wasn't even cold, and he already moved in position. But the problem is,
we're talking American politics, and none of us are American.
American politics is the latrine of the world. It's fucked up. You know, it's like these American congressmen and senators. They always fucking complain. No, affordable health care is too expensive. We don't have the money to, you know, give it to the people. Yet those gravy sucking scumbags, they get their health care for free and for nothing. I mean, let's be honest. What child chooses to have poor parents or to be born sick? A child doesn't choose his parents. He doesn't choose his health.
Multiple choice question?
Nah, probably. I'm smoking some quality grade dacha, so you'll have to please forgive me if
Okay.
if I rattle on with that.
But ramble on about Darth. I'm fascinated by your.
Darth is a scumbag. You know what it is? Darth doesn't like black people. He doesn't like. Darth wants the world to be exactly the way he is. He doesn't like black people. He doesn't like women. He doesn't like Catholics. He doesn't like liberals. You know. Darth's whole worldview is based on hating the other.
Okay.
And the reason why he hates the other, because he's afraid of the other. And why is he afraid of the other? Because he's ignorant. That's all he is.
Ignorant
He's
about
ignorant.
the other?
Well, you know, the other, you know, Darth is, you know, look, Darth is on a pedestal, which, you know, how can I put it? Let me find the good words to explain this. white people in America have always enjoyed a privileged position in society, right or wrong. Let's leave that. Let's put that aside.
In the United States, or
Yep. In the United, in particular, that's where Darth lives. Now, Darth sees his way of life as under threat.
Then why is he a misogynist?
Because that's how he was brought up. You have to realize, most men of his age. I mean, I'm a bit of the exception to the rule because first of all, my father was Dutch, my mother was black, but I grew up in Holland, which is a very liberal, tolerant, open-minded country. It's also changing, but it's still that. You know what I'm saying? So instead of fearing something different, I learned to embrace things that were different because I wanted to understand it, because I accepted this is not my world, this is not your world, this is our world.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And Darth, his world, he wants it to be the way it was when he was a child. No working mums. All the mums had to do was take care of the kids, make food, and they did what they were told, and men were strong. You know what I'm saying? Men were not to be questioned. That's why he calls people little boys, little girl, stop behaving badly. It's not only that he said it to them and that he said it to his children, but I bet you it was said to him as a child. The circle is always round.
That's
victims always make new victims.
That's what we concluded.
That's what
earlier.
I hear in his words.
Yeah,
What's that?
I agree. We were talking about that earlier. He's projecting a lot of trauma.
He probably had a very dominant father, and then due to the fact that he didn't make the academic grades to enter college, because from what I understand, his father went to Georgetown University to become a dentist, which is a very, very good school, and Darth even failed to get into community college. So I'm assuming that was constantly thrown in his face by his father.
Oh, poor guy.
So that probably contributed to him becoming the person that he is now.
Yes.
Because that's how it is. It's like these pedophiles, right? It's not about sex. In a way it is, but it's more about having control over someone. So usually pedophiles, and I'm not saying it's all the time, but with alarming regularity, it ends up that pedophiles were also abused as children. So that vicious circle, it just keeps on continuing. Victims making other victims, because it's about control.
But
I mean, that's just my opinion.
I understand that, but there comes a time when you can look back at yourself and make corrections.
Yeah, but look, your premise is based on the ability of you having self-reflection. Darth has no self-reflection.
That is so strange.
Because when you tell him that's not a relevant question, instead of asking you why, he says straight away, no, that's a relevant and germane question. Instead of explaining to you why he's asking you that question.
Have you ever heard him say to a questioner, that question, you're making a category error with that question?
I've heard it thousands of times of saying it, and then when I look it up,
what does it
when
mean?
I actually check what he said, it doesn't mean anything.
Exactly? What does a category error mean? And what?
I'm not really sure. I mean, look, I'll be very honest with you. I'm new to philosophy, and the last year I've been dabbling in a bit, and thanks to Darth, because of his precept bullshit.
DDD might have an answer.
DDD's a smart man. He'll definitely have an answer.
Go for it.
Oh, he's fallen asleep?
No. My take on that, when he talks about a category... Hello?
Hello, go ahead.
Yeah, carry on.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah,
okay.
I can.
I'm here. And I wanted to answer that earlier question. So you were talking about what did he mean when he said it's a category error. To me, that's basically special pleading. That's all that is.
Which entails?
That's from my point of view, that would be the answer.
Which entails?
For example, I'll give you an example. Well, I'll give you an example of what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
If you, it would be a legitimate refutation of one of Darth's points.
Mm-hmm.
Then Darth will say that is a category error. That's my take.
Even though it means nothing really. But
It's gibberish.
But how come nobody says to him, well, what does it mean to be what is a category error, and how does this meet that requirement?
Because he mutes them. He mutes them and he overtalks them. So if Darth has, like if he has an inkling that you're smart, or even worse, smarter than him, he's going to make sure that you're going to get as little talk time as possible or get to ask him questions. So his get-to-go phrase is, we're not talking about that, but I would be glad to address your questions momentarily. But momentarily never comes. Darth's defense is offense. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
As long as he's putting pressure on you, because Darth doesn't just ask a question, he asks a series of questions. And then he claims those questions, you'll say something, he'll ask you something and you'll say something. Now, based on your answer, he'll ask you a clarifying question on top of his clarifying question, on top of other clarifying questions. Acting like he doesn't actually know what you're trying to say. He does know what you're trying to say.
Yes.
What he's trying to do is trying to get you on definitions.
Right.
Because have you noticed how many times he uses the Stanford's definition of this and this and that?
Yeah.
So what? The Stanford's what? The Holy Grail? Come on now.
I like it when he says that God is this, that, and the other by definition. This is what.
Whose definition?
Exactly.
You know what it is? And the sad thing is, you know what? He's getting away with what he's getting away with because, let's be honest, I don't really want to say it, but the world is stupid.
You said it.
It's like when I was growing up in the 70s and I look at stuff now, it's like the world has gotten much dumber.
That's because the internet came along and spread
That's
the stupid.
it. All the cretins have got a voice now.
Yeah.
Those days they were too scared to talk because they'd get laughed at. You know what I'm saying?
Before the internet, there was no flat Earth. There was no moon hoax.
There was no atheists. We weren't talking about, because I'm assuming that I've been to South Africa a few times, and I know that it was a very conservative country, just like our Zambia was. It was not a good idea to go around telling people, "Oh, I'm an atheist." I'm telling you straight, I did not meet anyone who did that. I didn't do that. I never heard of anyone doing that. You just didn't do that shit those days.
Yeah, I grew up in Cape Town, very liberal place, and
Cape Town is awesome. Cape Town is awesome.
I had no problem. I didn't get killed because I was an atheist.
Yeah, but there were some very conservative spots in South Africa.
Absolutely,
Where the Afrikaners were.
Absolutely.
You have to be very careful with that shit.
I was, yeah. That's why you learn not to talk politics.
No.
And you learn not to.
You learned how to keep your opinion to yourself.
And didn't even talk to your family.
Nothing. And before you even talk, the first thing you would do is look around who's standing next to you. I remember growing up like that.
Yeah, because I remember when I was much younger, especially do you remember Verwoerd?
Henrik Verwoerd.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I remember when he got stabbed. I was a little boy, right? And I remember
that was in the 60s, right?
In the 67, I think it was, or something like that. Anyway, I was
born in 65.
Oh, all right. Okay, so I'm older than you. But anyway, so
you don't look it, by the way. Compliments.
Oh, thank you. So I was at home. I remember cheering. I was a little kid, and I remember being so happy that Verwoerd got stabbed and was dead.
Yeah.
And my mother, boy, did she give me shit. She said, "You're gonna go to fucking jail." Oh, she just didn't say fucking, but she says the police are gonna throw you in jail if you say things like that.
Yeah, can't you remember those days you used to have the South African police, a special branch?
That's right.
Remember those mothers?
Yeah, and
just make you disappear. Come in the middle of the night, and they were there. Yeah. I mean, they were bad. They would pick up people in the middle of the night, and they wouldn't even admit they'd been arrested.
That's right.
Whether you were white or black, if you threatened the system, your ass got locked up.
You were detained. What's that,
That's it.
DDD?
You have a question in the chat, the text area. There's a question.
Oh, is there? Let's see. John Rapp, Sidney Winston. I've wondered if Gary has audio controls. He seems to be louder and also have talk over capability. Can the panel elaborate, please? I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
What he means is he's talking about that attack bot that he has.
What attack bot?
So this is what Gary does, from what I understand. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is how I understand it. When Gary joins a server, he demands certain permissions. Because he knows that he's a train wreck, he's a plane crash waiting to happen. He's 9/11 every day, several times a day. So he thinks that Gary knows that when he enters a server, a lot of people go and watch because they're interested in disaster tourism. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But in Gary's perverted mind, he thinks that they come there because they're in awe of him. And most server owners, they look at the numbers. And they know, okay, I really don't want to do this, but what I do know is if I do give him these perms, it's going to attract a lot of people because all that Gary does, in actual fact, Gary generates hate and hatred.
Oof.
So they give him special perms, special permissions where he can even mute outside his room.
Yeah.
I've even seen Gary mute room owners in their own rooms.
And they take.
So those are the special permissions that he demands when he joins the server.
Yeah.
But it always ends predictably. It always ends up him leaving because it's like Donald Trump. There's a lot of similarities between Donald Trump and Darth. They are both creations of people wanting to cash in. But the problem is they cannot control the Frankenstein they helped create, if that makes any sense.
It's a
he's a loose cannon.
It's a passable analogy, but I can't see Darth Dawkins being the billionaire that Trump is.
Look, let's be honest about Trump, right? Had Trump put his inheritance in an escrow account and just left it there and lived on the interest, he would have probably had 6 or 7 billion more than he has now. Trump is not a successful businessman. He just isn't. If you look at Trump in the 1980s, he went bust. Then all of a sudden he was getting money from the Russians, And I think, this is just my personal opinion, I think that Trump was an unwitting agent of the Russians. I don't think he purposely meant to become a Russian asset. But the Russians were also good because the KGB was schooled in grooming potential informants. So they were telling him, no, we're giving you this money because you're a great businessman and blah, 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 blah. But if you look at all of Donald Trump's investments, they've all gone belly up. Where is Trump Airlines? Where is Trump Steaks? Where are all these things? Trump mineral water, Trump vodka. Where are all these things?
Donald Trump is a major sponsor.
He's an idiot.
Donald Trump is a major sponsor of the Sidney Winston YouTube channel. So don't talk too badly about him.
I would have hoped you would have had more taste. Yeah.
When it comes to money talks. Thank you, Donald.
You know what they said?
Thank you, Donald.
I used to be a cop. Before that and after that, I used to be a bad man. I won't tell you exactly what I did, but I knew how to make, $1 into $2.
Let's hear it.
I knew the streets.
So
you know what I'm saying? But there came a time in my life when I said to myself, you know what it is? You are doing what you are doing to get money, but what are you actually doing the money? What are you doing with the money? Is this money making you feel better? Because what I used to do is I would hurt people that didn't honor their debts. You see what I'm saying? And when I was doing it, I had the justification in my mind, well, it's their fault. They should have paid their debts on time. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to start calling you Guido from now on.
No, don't say that. I'm even telling you too much, but I won't tell you exactly. But that's basically what I did until I came to a moment where I thought to myself, you know what, this is not me. I don't want to do this, because you do bad things to people, and all the people that you do it with are also bad. You know? It's just like a bad negative vibe, and you come to a point in your life, you know? Look, I always say in life, you can't say what you want to become or what you want from life, because that would imply that you know everything. There is no one that knows everything, because even if you did claim to know everything, there's, you know, innumerable variable options possibly connected to your choice. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
So
And,
what I decided is, I might not know what I want, but I absolutely know what I don't want. And what I don't want is this. Then I stopped.
Right.
And I haven't, it's been what, 15, 20 years? And I have not looked back since.
Good for you.
I feel better about myself. And now when people respect me, because when I was growing up, you know, doing what I was doing, I couldn't see the difference between fear and respect.
Right.
To me, it was the same thing, because it gave me both what I wanted. You know, fear is imposed, respect is earned and given. You know, and I value respect more than I do fear. That's just basically it. That's why when I see Dawkins, it makes my blood boil, because he's a fucking bully.
This is true. You know what? And to follow up on that last question about does the audio controls, John Rapp has a follow up. He says during his arguments he's always louder, and even when he speaks normally, his audio seems to override anybody else's audio. And
that's what I mean by the attack dog. So he has overriding controls. So he also has the ability to turn people down in their own rooms. You know, and that's something that usually only an administrator would have.
Right.
Or the channel owner.
Well, a moderator could, yeah. Because the
not even a moderator, because at the end of the day, those are perms that are not offered to him. Those are perms that he demands.
Yes. But even so,
he calls people trolls without ever having defined what a troll is or what trolling behavior entails. Have you ever noticed that? If you disagree with him, you're a troll. You're a troll.
Exactly.
But he's never actually explained what he means by, you know, when he says troll. He has yet to define it.
He doesn't know what he means. He means
he uses troll like a smothering blanket.
It's like I could define troll by the way Darth Dawkins uses it as a troll is a rational person.
You know who's a troll? You know who's the actually textbook definition of a troll? I don't know if you've ever heard of him. P. Mars. P. Mars is a troll.
Oh yeah, he's around. He's still around.
He's a troll. He says things to agitate people, not because he believes it, but he says it for the reaction.
Yeah, I know. He hangs out with Smokey Saint and those people.
Well, he has his assholes. Yeah, for instance, Smokey said, "Hey, good morning, P. Mars," and then P. Mars said to him, "Hey, Smokey, you're a fag," and Smokey banned him. And then he'll be banned for a week or two, then he'll go back.
Yeah, but he used to do worse things. He used to come in and N-word bomb.
He does that for the reaction, because look at him. He's an incel. You can see that he's an incel. Do you think that man has the balls to use the N-word while he walks to the projects to say that? You think you'd ever do that?
No. Of course.
That's what I'm saying. He's you know what it is? His balls are full of air, and the thing is, he's very frustrated because he's a virgin. You know, have you ever listened to P. Mars speak? He's got a very weird outtake on the world, but P. Mars talks about the world without taking part in the world. He criticizes, he's like what the Americans call an armchair quarterback.
Our world is full of those.
He says how things should be when he doesn't experience that. And he says shit just for he says shit for giggles.
He's also on the Christian side of things. P. Mars.
Well, you know, P. Mars is not as dumb as you think he is, because sometimes when he says stuff, he's actually quite thoughtful. You know what P. Mars likes? P. Mars likes to rile people up. Sometimes he like encourage hatred or whatever, or sometimes he'll say something knowing full well that people will get angry with him. That's why he does it. He does it for the attention.
Well, that's childish.
He's not really. Pima's not interested in a dialectic of an exchange of ideas. It's not why he goes there. He goes there to fuck shit up.
Yeah, send him to Discord. Demoted. Discord you go. To Discord you go.
That's what I'm saying. You'll join a like a chat, you know, or like a stream, and like you'll enter the stream itself, and you'll just say hello, but he'll keep quiet. And while he's keeping quiet, he's gauging the room, and he's gauging the participants, and he's also gauging the room owner. And as soon as he's figured out how to press their buttons, he'll do that maybe 10, 20 minutes later down the road. You know, out of the blue, he'll say something.
So, as P. Mars and Darth Dawkins, have they met each other? Because I can't think of an instance where they've...
I don't know whether they met each other, but I would assume that they know of each other.
Obviously, yeah, I would assume that too.
Because if you look at P. Mars and you look at Darth, they have nothing in common.
Well, they're both 12 years old.
Yeah, but I'm saying is they would be, because you know at the end of the day, Darth wants people to worship him, and P-Mas doesn't have a problem with that, but he can't guarantee you that down the road he won't call you a fag, because that's what just P-Mas does. And that's why I don't think Darth would ever be friends with P-Mas, because I think Darth knows he would never be able to control P-Mas. You feel me? Yeah. And if you look at the bitch fight between the prima donnas, Smokey and Darth, they're not fighting each other on doctrine. They're fighting each other on the limelight. Who wants to be top dog? They both see each other as threats.
Oh boy, it's tough to keep.
That's why they argue. Huh?
Tough to keep up with these people, huh?
They're fucked up. I mean, they've got nothing going on in their lives, so they come onto the internet to create fake personas and pretend to be people that are not. You know what I'm saying? And they're doing this, you know, either for monetary gain or for the attention. But they're not here to change lives. They're here to create, you know, I mean, look at Smokey and Darth even calling women sluts and bitches. What kind of Christian does that? When I was growing up, I never seen or heard a Christian man say that to a woman.
Yeah,
I don't know about you, but I didn't. Huh?
No, I didn't either.
No. I mean, telling a woman, okay, you can fuck off.
No,
I'm not even a Christian. I would never say a slut if I've never had sex with her and I don't know her and I don't know her behavior. What gives me the right to say that to her?
Absolutely nothing gives you a right. You should respect other people.
That's what I'm saying.
Respect other people's humanity.
I mean, this transsexual shit, you know?
Yeah,
I don't understand it. I'll be very honest with you. And I grew up in a very conservative country, you know? I don't understand it. But what I do understand is that everybody has the right to be happy. And all you have to do in this life is be who you are. That's it.
So
live your life, man.
What if what Darth Dawkins does makes him happy? Although I can't see it.
He takes enjoyment. You know, look, if you belittled as a child by an over-domineering father, when you grow up, you want to do to others what your father did to you so you could make them know what it felt like. Because you can actually hear him, you know, like when he's humiliating somebody, he actually takes... You know, it's like he's coming his load. That's how much pleasure he gets from it. That's not normal.
It's horrible.
I mean, I could humiliate people. You know, I've got a mouth like a razor blade. But I kid you not. I'm being nice here, but normally I'm much more abrasive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I choose not to do that. You know, I'll do that if I have to, if I'm provoked. No, you fuck with me, I'll fuck with you. And we'll see what we can see. But I would never attack somebody who I know is not up to me. Not to say that I'm big and strong, but is not my caliber.
Right.
What honor would I get from humiliating somebody who's weaker than me, or perhaps, you know, and smart is a subjective word, but I'll still use it, that is not as smart as me? What honor is there to be gained from doing that? None that I can see. When I, you know, get physical with people, I don't do that much more because I'm getting older. But when I used to fight and do my shit, I used to pick on guys that were bigger than me for the challenge. Did I get my ass kicked a few times? Hell yes. But that's the price you pay when you play. You know what I'm saying? And Darth wants to play, but he doesn't want to pay. You know, you're calling people, you lying piece of trash, you Christian scumbag, and I don't want to talk to you, and half a second later, let me ask you this. So you insult someone, and then you expect them to be reasonable to your advances. How does that work? That's how so self-unaware that man is. No, he's not aware of anything but himself. Have you ever noticed how he reacts when he gets criticized? His voice even changes. You know, he even starts to talk faster. Have you noticed? You hear him stutter. You know? If you really want to make, you know, Darth mad, you know, each time he talks, just laugh at him. That'll pretty much trigger him straight away, you know? Or if you've got, like, your camera on and he's talking, laugh at him, and while you're laughing at him, just shake your head. I guarantee you his fucking meltdown will be epic. Because that's Darth's biggest fear. His biggest fear is of not being taken seriously. He's looking for validation. I don't know why, but that's what he wants. Are you there, Sidney? Or am I talking too much?
Hey, Sidney, you there?
I think you fell. Am I talking too much, Didi?
No, I was listening.
I'll pass the mic to you. Can you guys hear me? Hello?